Hello there and welcome to the very first video for the Advanced Compositing in Nuke course. I'm your instructor, Nick Chamberlain, and I'm so excited to have you with us here. I think this is going to be a really fun class, and I'm so excited to get started with all of you. So this very first video, we're just going to kind of talk about everything we can expect to learn in this course, just give you a quick overview. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. So this first week is going to be kind of our foundational compositing concepts. We're going to do a more straightforward shot this week. We're going to install the Rebelway Gizmo pack. We're just going to make sure that we're all kind of up to speed on our foundational principles before we start building on top of those. And then we're going to move on to week 2, where we're going to do this walking up shot. And it's going to be much trickier than the first week. There's going to be a lot more that we have to kind of consider in it. We're going to learn about various keying techniques and mixing in roto with our keyers and kind of blending between those in a natural way. We're going to learn how to lay scenes out in 3D space accurately, and we're going to do some optically correct kind of Z-depth defocus. And so that's going to be really fun. And then once we hit week 3 and 4, we're actually going to have 2 weeks dedicated to just one shot, because this one is very complex. There's a lot going on in there. The first week is going to be largely kind of working with 3D tracking a scene, making a good layout with it. We're going to learn how to do some faster rotoscoping with 3D stabilization. We're going to learn how to do a pretty complicated paint out, and we're actually going to use LiDAR to do that. We'll do some sky replacements. And then in week 4, it will be the second half of that shot where we integrate the CG into our newly cleaned plate. We're going to use some AOVs. We're going to do some matte painting. We're going to layer in some smoke and atmosphere in 3D space to make it all feel really, really nice. And so that shot's going to be really fun. And then week 5 and 6, we're going to work on this very complicated set extension here. And again, there's a lot going on, so it's going to take 2 weeks to do. We're going to kind of talk about the process I went through when I was first working on the shot, because it did take quite a while for me to make. We're going to go over it in 6 hours-ish, but it actually took me 80 hours to do from start to finish. So we're going to talk about that process. We're going to go ahead and do more keying, some foreground CG integration, ground blending. We're going to talk a bit about deep compositing. And then in week 6, we're going to go ahead and make a 3D projected matte painting based on like 10 to 15 different images. We're going to then blend different smoke, waterfall, fog elements. We're going to blend in our CG background, and we're going to tie it all together to make our character in an entirely different place and make it look really, really cool. So let's go ahead and stop talking about what we're going to be doing and kind of move on to talking about this week specifically. So thanks again for joining. I'm so excited you're here, and I'll catch you in the next one. Hello there and welcome back. In this video, we're going to take a look at everything we can expect to learn week 1. We're going to kind of give it a quick overview so that you know where we're going to be headed throughout the week. So the very first half of week 1 is going to be focused on refreshing our compositing fundamental theory. There's going to be 8 videos where we're not going to do any compositing at all. We're just going to look at these kind of foundational concepts, the things you need to know about tracking, levels, grain, edge detail, focus, lens effects, lighting, perspective, because we're going to be using these throughout the course, and it's very important to understand what they are before we continue to move on. If you've taken my other Compositing in Nuke course, these are the same videos. The fundamentals don't change from class to class because they're the fundamentals. Everything is built on them. So you don't necessarily need to watch those if you've taken my other class, but I do think it'd be good to get a refresher just to get in the right headspace for this class. And then once we're caught up on our theory, we're going to go ahead and install the Rebelway Gizmo pack that we've kind of prepared. It's a pack of my favorite compositing gizmos that we'll be using throughout this course. And then we'll finally be ready to start compositing. We're going to do kind of a more straightforward shot in this first week, just so that we're all on the same page with how Nuke works, and then we're really going to start to build up quickly on this throughout the course. So the first thing we're going to do is kind of paint out a reflection in the helmet. We're going to learn about that. We're going to talk about how keys should be structured and the theory behind it. We're going to go ahead and fix some of the edge issues we run into. We're going to take a look at how to make our defocus look a little bit more realistic and organic, like it was actually shot from a lens. I'm going to show you how I self-review my own shots, and you have to be very self-critical because there's rarely ever a first version that is done and complete. And so once we do that, we'll make our final tweaks, and then we'll talk about our week 1 assignment, how to submit it for feedback, what it is, what you can expect from me. And so there's a lot of really good stuff to get into, and I'm going to stop talking here so we can go ahead and hop right into our compositing theory. Thank you so much for listening, and I'll catch you in the next one.
Hello there and welcome back. We're going to take our first deep dive into our compositing fundamentals now, and we're going to take a look at tracking. Now there are 3 main types of tracking that you can do in compositing, and those are your 2D track, your 2.5D track, and your 3D track. So what exactly are the differences between these? Let's dive into Nuke and take a look at 3 examples. So I've set up a very basic scene here in Nuke with varying camera motions. I've added a little lens distortion so the movement more accurately matches what you would get out of a real camera. And so right here what we have is what I would call a 2D trackable shot. What characteristics make up a shot that I would define as 2D trackable? Well, there are 2 main things I look for in a 2D trackable shot. The first is there any parallax in the area where I'm trying to add my element? Is there any rotation that the object is doing, or is it just standing still? They're typically on a tripod with very little movement, or it could be a handheld shot that isn't wildly swinging around. I think here is a good example. This is a very 2D trackable shot. This wouldn't be difficult to do. And in fact, let's just dive in. I've done a quick point track right here. We'll just look so we see it moving. We've got our point track. All this is doing is moving in X and Y, up and down. In point tracks, you can add multiple trackers to add translation and scale, but again, that's more for zooms. You're not going to get parallax out of a 2D point track. And so I've just quickly applied this motion to some text here. And there we go. It looks like it sticks pretty well. Let's double check that it's sticking well by using a stabilize. There we go. That's pretty sticky. It may drift a little bit in this bottom corner because of lens distortion, but just looking at it in context, you can't tell. Again, your stabilize is going to reveal every possible flaw with your track. The key thing is to look at it in motion and see if it works. And in motion, you can't tell that this is sliding at all. So I think we can get away with it here. The next type of track I want to look at is the 3D track. Let's take a look at what a 3D track would look like in this scene. So you can see we're moving forward. It's like the camera's on a dolly. You can really feel the parallax between objects, but not only their parallax, but their dimensionality. And what do we mean exactly by that? Well, parallax is the relative speeds that 2 separate objects move based on their distance between the camera, and this creates the feeling of depth. If we look back at our example here, you can see that our cube on the right side is moving much faster and much more quickly than our cylinder behind it, and that is parallax. Parallax can occasionally be handled by a 2D track, but a lot of the times it can't, and that's because of our second factor here, and that is our dimensionality. Dimensionality is kind of like parallax, but for one object. It's the relative speeds that different parts of a single object move based on their distance from the camera. This creates the feeling that an object is more 3-dimensional rather than a flat 2D plane. If you look at our sphere on the left here, you'll see that the front of it is moving much faster than the top or the very side that we can see. And between the front and the side, those areas are also moving at different speeds, and this gives us a lot of information about what type of shape this object is in 3 dimensions. Now, 3D tracks are also the slowest track to get, and that's because of a couple reasons. One is that when you're 3D tracking a shot, you're really 3D tracking everything that's in it. You're not tracking one point, you're not just trying to get one area correct like a 2D track. You need everything to stick. You may only need one area to stick really well, but everything else that you're tracking in the scene has to be pretty close. And that's one of the main reasons that it takes so long to do. So the output of a 3D tracker will be a camera. And once you throw your camera over your footage, let's just take a look. All right, we have some text here on our sphere. That's not something we would be able to get with a point tracker, at least not without a lot of struggle. And there are some test cubes scattered throughout this as well to show the many different areas that are sticking in this track. It's not just the sphere that's sticking, it's the overall scene. And again, let's make sure this is actually sticking. Let's look at a stabilize here. I don't want you to get caught up on what these nodes are. By the end of this class, you're going to know everything that's going on here. For right now, we're just focusing on what we're seeing visually. So we've stabilized the center of this sphere, and we can see this is all sticking pretty well. Let's move on to our final category of tracking, which is the 2.5D track. Now a 2.5D track is a hybrid between the 2D and the 3D track, like it sounds. Now if you look at this shot, it looks like it should be a 3D track shot. We can see both parallax and dimensionality. You can see very clearly the cube moving in 3 dimensions. But here's the thing, depending on what element you're adding to the shot, you don't have to go all out and get a 3D track on it. If you have a flat surface, you can fake dimensionality by using a 2.5D track, which is also known as a planar track. So I'm going to play this here and look at our text that's merged over. And there you go. It's a 2.5D track. This is just 4 point tracks combined, and it's adding some dimensionality to our track. 2.5D tracks are perfect for things like monitor burn-ins, people who are holding phones in their hands and wildly waving them around, adding a mural to a wall. Any surface that is flat, even if there's a 3D move in the camera, you can generally get away with doing a 2.5D track. We wouldn't be able to pull off a planar track on this sphere over here. It wouldn't end up sticking because really we can only make it stick to 4 points. The cylinder, I think we would also have a hard time getting a 2.5D track to stick due to how round it is. But the floor here, for instance, it's a flat surface. So if we wanted to add something to the floor, we don't need to do a full 3D track on this. We can just do a 2.5D corner pin. And so again, let's make sure this is sticking correctly by using our stabilize. You can see our perspective changing as the camera tilts down, but our text is sticking pretty well. So these are the main 3 types of tracks you'll see. To briefly summarize, your 2D track is just for X and Y motion and occasionally zooms. It's the most straightforward track and the fastest. Your 2.5D track is when you're trying to track planar surfaces, anything that could be put on a flat grid. It's not the fastest technique, but it's also not the slowest. And your 3D track is when your shot introduces a lot of parallax and dimensionality that needs to be reflected in the element you're adding. When you're looking at a shot, typically you'll be able to hone in on what type of track it will be without doing any work. Sometimes you might be like, that might be a 2D track, but it also might be a 2.5D, but you can certainly hone in on 1 or 2 types that track can be. And when that happens, I recommend starting with the fastest option, and you'll know pretty quickly if that's going to work or not, and if you need to escalate it to the next type of track. So let's practice this now and look at a few examples and determine what type of track we would need to use. All right, so we have our first shot here. Let's take a look. It looks like we have a handheld shot standing behind our actor. In this example, we're going to say we're going to replace the rock on the far right side with, say, a CG statue. Now, analyzing this, I see a lot of 2D motion. The camera's not moving forward or backwards. Really, it's staying in relatively the same spot. I'm not seeing much parallax, and I'm not seeing any dimensionality. So with those in mind, I'm very comfortable saying we can definitely use a 2D track to get our element to stick for this shot. Moving on to the next shot. All right, it looks like we're on a tripod here. This is much smoother. We are tilting up and panning to the left. And let's add some graffiti to those 2 rocks to the upper right side of frame. So let's see, is there any parallax in the shot? Not really, I'm not seeing a ton. Is there any dimensionality in the shot? Well, there could be. I have a feeling, even though it's subtle, and this is just through experience, that in those top 2 rocks up there, we're seeing a little shift in their plane, but I don't think it's enough to warrant a full 3D track. So I think we can call that one a 2.5D track, and we'll be able to get our graffiti to stick. All right, looks like we have a drone shot here. You can immediately see a ton of parallax and a lot of dimensionality in these foreground rocks here. And so that immediately screams out 3D track. But let's hold on for a second. It depends what we want to do to this shot. If we just wanted to replace the sky, there's really not any dimensionality to it. It's all so far away. There's probably a little scaling up that would happen. So if we were replacing the sky, this could be a 2D or a 2.5D track. You can do slight zooms with 2D point tracks. But if we were adding something in this foreground here, it would definitely need to be 3D tracked, unless we were just adding a very small patch, in which then I would say we could do a 2.5D track. All right, let's go through our checklist here. It looks like our camera's not on a tripod, it's handheld, and it's slightly moving forward. And I think that slight move forward is going to give us a lot more trouble than we would think, because you might look at these monitors that we're going to be replacing and say, we could probably just do a point track on that. But I think the way that they're angled towards camera is introducing a little bit of subtle dimensionality. So I would say for this, we would definitely want to do a 2.5D track. It looks like in this shot, our camera is on a steady cam and we are tracking to the right. There's a little bit of rotation we can see there. In this shot, let's say we're adding leaves falling from all of these trees. There's a lot of parallax in this shot, so we would definitely want to grab a 3D track for that. If the task was to say add framed pictures to each one of these trees, you could potentially do that as a 2.5D track, but you would have to do that for each individual tree. So a 3D track really makes the most sense here. All right, for our final shot, we have a slight tilt up. Not really seeing any dimensionality in here. It is kind of hard because there are no objects in the top half of the screen. So there might be some slight dimensionality, but you can't really tell. So we'll have to keep that in mind. In this shot, let's say we're adding a giant statue in the midground there. So I would think this would either need to be a 2D point track or a 3D track. Why not a 2.5D track? Well, there's no object that's on the same plane where we want to add our statue. And so there's nothing that we can really track. So I would try a 2D track first, and if that doesn't stick, we're going to have to 3D track this to get the dimensionality, because a 2.5D track only works if you can track the actual plane that you're adding your element to. All right, and that's the end of our examples. That sums up our compositing fundamental of tracking. Thank you very much for listening, and we'll catch you in the next one. Hello there, and welcome back. Now we're going to move on to our next compositing fundamental, and that is levels. And the main goal of levels is to make sure that your elements feel like they sit within your shot based on their color. And there are two main areas of levels that you need to get right to have a realistic shot. And that's the luminance and the color balance of your elements. So let's hop into Nuke and look at some good and bad examples. We'll start off with what I believe is the correct levels for this shot. This is mostly an entirely CG space shuttle with a photographic background. Everything feels nice and balanced together. There's nothing really jumping out as being overly bright or overly saturated to me. I think this is all sitting pretty well together. This has good luminance and it has good color balance. Let's look into what this would look like if our highlights were bad. All right, so as you can see here, our luminance is very off. The highlights are way too bright. They were nuclear. So looking to fixing this here, I'll just add a grade beneath my grade that's breaking this. Again, it's not important exactly how I'm doing it now. I just want to show you how I would adjust it quickly. So we're going to darken this. All right, this feels like it's more in the correct realm. And then once we fix our white levels, then suddenly our black levels are way too dark. This is another luminance problem. So we'll take our lift here and we'll just start tinkering with this until these feel 1-to-1. There we go. This feels pretty close. And our black levels were even a little off before. So now this feels much more balanced. And once again, it's sitting nicely in our scene. So now let's move on to where just the black levels are off. Take a look at our example here, and you can see if we zoom in a little bit that it's lifted down there, and there's no reason for the underside of this ship to be any lighter than that shadow underneath it. So that's something we're going to have to fix. All right, so let's make a grade here, and I'll quickly just adjust the lift so our shadows and the underside of the ship balance out. And all right, there we go. Looking pretty good. Our black levels now match. Black levels can also be off in the opposite direction. They can also be too dark. That's no problem because now we just need to make our blacks a little bit brighter for this to sit. Let's bring that up. All right, these are pretty uniform again. It's sitting very nicely in our scene. Let's look at some improper contrast here. All right, so this shot is interesting because looking at this, our black levels are pretty close. And so are our white levels. Like, this isn't too far off. Maybe it's a little dark, but something, it doesn't feel like it has any range to the image. And that's because the mid-tone contrast really just isn't there. If I compare it to what we think is the correct levels here, you can see how much better this looks. It has a lot of depth and dynamic range. And so again, we'll just take this quickly. And if your midtones are wrong, typically it's going to be kind of difficult to fix. I'm actually going to just add some contrast in here. Don't want to add too much though. And then I'll probably have to fix the black levels a little. I'll use this offset here. All right, that's pretty close. We've added more range back into our image here. And now it feels like it sits much better. And another thing with contrast is your contrast can actually tell you where exactly your element is sitting in your scene. If this space shuttle were way in the distance, I would probably want this decontrasted look because decontrast implies that there's haze and what you're looking at is very large. If you look at these mountains in the background, they're actually the exact same color as this right here. This is in the photograph, but there's a thin layer of haze that's over them, and that's telling us, hey, there's a large amount of distance between these two. So contrast is not only helpful for sitting in your scene correctly, but it's also telling you where in your scene your object is sitting. I would say these three right here, they make up what is the first part of the level's fundamental. It makes up the luminance portion of it. Is everything balanced in the sense of brightness and contrast? Now to move on and look at our second half, we're going to talk about color balance. Color balance also has two distinct parts to it. It has saturation and it has color tone. So let's take a look at saturation first. Saturation, wow, that is psychedelic. It's very important for everything in your scene to share a similar intensity of your colors. Your colors not only need to be the same, but they also need to be the same intensity. And this is just way too saturated. This is straight out of the 70s. So you can just add a color correct here. Take our saturation down pretty significantly. There we go. And now we're back into the realm of reality. Cool. And that's overall saturation. Everything here was uniformly too saturated and colorful. If you compare the blue of the ground to the blue of the space shuttle is just hyper blue and hyper green compared to it. If you look at the highlights of the space shuttle here, this is so much warmer than this already kind of reddish rock, and that doesn't really make any sense. And so this is an overall saturation correction. But there can also be instances where it's only specific parts that are too bright, because this blue right here is looking pretty good to me. It matches the ground fairly well, but right here, our highlight is still super orange. And you can see even here on the sides, this looks very strange. So it looks like the warm parts are really what's bothering me. So we can use a hue correct. We'll go over how to use this in detail later. Right now, it's just the principle. And we'll kind of selectively bring our warm spots down until they fit within our scene a little nicer. That's a lot better. Maybe we can go even further. Cool. All right. So those two make up the saturation category. There's overall saturation and then specific saturation, and it's important to have them both balanced to your scene. Next, we have color tone, which is the overall color shift of the element you're adding into your shot. So we have overall color tone here. So this is crazy green. We do not need that. Let's just shift this here. So let's just go ahead and take our color wheel here and add a little purple to neutralize that green. Yeah, that was pretty close just right off the gate. We'll take this potentially a little further. There we go. Our color tone is back, and this is sitting nicely in our shot again. We'll just save real quick so I don't lose my progress. All right, let's look here. So this color tone is more isolated. It's more in the dark parts. I don't really see anything wrong with our whites here. And so in that instance, we can go into our lift here. And we will be very delicate in changing this. We'll just slowly take that blue out. There we go. That's sitting much more nicely now. And inversely, you can also have highlights that have bad color tone. This is pretty nasty right here. So we'll just isolate our highlights here in the highlight section of Color Correct. Let's see what we can do here to neutralize this. It also looks like our highlights, maybe we can just desaturate this a little. We're adding a lot more green than I would like. What would happen if we just took all the color out? Made this a little more purple. Brighten it. It's still a little green. Let's pump up our saturation here. That's not too bad. I don't think it's perfect. When you start isolating highlights and midtones, it can get pretty tricky. Shadows are pretty easy to isolate, so that's just something to keep in mind. So those are the overall adjustments you'll typically be making to your image using levels. You'll be looking at the luminance of it. You'll be checking the black point, the white point, and the midtone contrast. And you'll be looking at your overall color balance based on your saturation and your color tone.
And one last thing I want to explain to you before we move on is visually show the differences between lift, gamma, and gain.
These are very important concepts to understand, and they can be kind of abstract. So I'm going to do my best to show you exactly what the differences are. So let's look at this using a grade node. Pipe that in right here. So lift is our blacks, gamma is our midtones, and gain is our bright points. So let's start by adjusting our blacks or our lift. We'll just change this, and you'll see our blacks are moving the most in this. Our pivot point is actually our brightest point here, and that's not moving at all. But you can see as we crush this image or lift it, we're pivoting around our highlights, which means we're really not affecting them. It's just our blacks that are getting affected. So inversely, let's look at our gain, start bringing this down. This is the exact opposite. We're not touching our blacks, but we are touching our highlights. The blacks are our pivot point here. Gain is interchangeable with multiply, and I'll prove it to you right now. It does the exact same thing. Why these are two separate options, I have no idea. Now gamma affects our midtones. You'll see something interesting as we start to affect this. Neither our brightest brights or our darkest darks move, but we're changing our midtones. Something you have to keep in mind that this curve doesn't entirely show, but we're also moving anything that's brighter than 1. And so if we're taking our gamma down, anything that's brighter than the value of 1 is actually getting brighter as we're seemingly darkening the image. And inversely, as we're lifting our gamma, we're actually darkening anything that's brighter than 1. You have to visualize this curve continuing and flattening out compared to our original linear curve. Increasing the gamma is commonly used for decontrasting, where decreasing it increases the contrast. And you can see why because of this curve here. The other option we have left in here is our offset. And that just uniformly adds values or subtracts values to our image here. And how do black points relate to lift? Because our black point is trying to normalize the darkest part of our image to 0. So if we were to say our black point is at 0.1, it snaps down. Right here is the value of 0.1, and it's bringing it down to 0. If we were to say our black point is negative 0.1, negative 0.1 we can imagine is over here. Remember, this curve goes beyond what we can see here, and it has snapped to 0. So black point and lift move in the opposite directions. If I were to take lift in -1, they cancel out. And this is the same as if nothing happened. This right now is the equivalent of having our black point at 0.2 with our lift at 0. So it's important to note that black point and lift, if you have the exact same values in them, they will cancel each other out. The same goes for white point and gain. Let's just look at that really quick. We're saying here, we want 0.9 to actually be 1, and you can see it snap there. But then, again, if you take our gain down, it snaps back. It's good to keep in mind how all of these things work under the hood in case you want to take advantage of them later. You can use your white point and gain to automate interactive lighting, say fire, for example, or lens flare. There's a lot you can do with these tools if you understand how they work. And that concludes our in-depth look at levels. Thank you very much for listening, and I'll catch you in the next one.
Hello there and welcome back. In this video, we're going to go ahead and take a look at the comp fundamental of grain, why it's important, why you degrain and regrain your footage. So let's hop right into it.
The first thing I want to cover is what exactly is the difference between noise and grain, because you may have heard these terms used interchangeably. Well, the concept behind both of them is pretty similar. It's random imperfections in your image. And the main difference between these is that grain comes from film stock and noise comes from digital cameras. Grain is generally thought to be more aesthetically pleasing because it doesn't break up the image into random red, green, and blue patterns. It's solely luminance based, which you can see on our right here. Noise, on the other hand, has varying intensities of your random pattern for the red, green, and blue channel. It also doesn't feel quite as organic, which is another reason it's not desired. Regardless of if you have grain or noise, those terms are interchangeable, and we will be approaching them in the same way. So as compositors, what do we need to keep in mind when we're looking at grain in our shot? Well, there are really two major things. The first is that any composited element that we're adding, it needs to have grain applied that matches our original footage. And what do we mean by matched grain? Well, we're looking for these 5 characteristics. The first is pretty obvious. It's the intensity. We want to make sure that the grain we're adding isn't too intense or too subtle. It needs to blend with the footage correctly. And this is tied in closely with Luminance Curve. So what exactly does Luminance Curve mean? Well, grain is not uniformly applied across the image. Typically, your blacks and your dark points are going to have significantly more visible grain than your highlights. This is because of a couple reasons. In digital cameras, it means that less light is reaching the sensor, and so more random mistakes end up happening. And in the bright areas, plenty of data is getting there, and so it's typically not as noisy. Another reason is humans are much better at seeing the differences in contrast in dark areas as opposed to very light areas. And so matching your luminance curve is very important. Let's take a brief look at this example. Here is grain uniformly applied across the whole image. The luminance curve is off. You can tell it looks very strange. And now let's go to the properly applied luminance curve. You'll see everything is sitting much more nicely. I'm using the exact same grain between these two. The only difference is I've turned off our luminance curve in the wrong example. The next thing we're going to have to keep in mind is the size of our grain. We need to make sure that we're matching the individual, let's call them particles, between our elements and our footage. You don't want to make them too big or too small. That's pretty self-explanatory. The next thing is that grain can come in varying levels of sharpness or softness, so you also need to make sure that matches. And the final thing is matching the irregularity and the shape. In other words, matching the general pattern of the grain structure. In general, this isn't as much of a problem with modern day digital cameras because the sensors have gotten pretty good. There's not a lot of patterns. The noise is pretty uniform throughout. So those are the 5 keys to matching grain. Now let's move on to the second way that grain affects us as compositors, and that is grain may need to be removed from our elements for one of 2 reasons. The first is that the grain on our element either isn't moving or doesn't match our footage, so we have to remove the grain and then reapply correct grain. And the second is that removing grain can help some of the work that we're doing be much more precise, especially when you're keying. Let's take a look at an example key where one side is degrained and the other is not. So here we have the alpha of our key, and as you can see on the right side, where grain is left in our key, we're getting a lot of chattering at the edge, and that's very common when you work on keys that are grained. But once you remove all the noise, you can see on the left, that's a very smooth key. There might be a tiny bit of chattering, but it's much more subtle than the original. So it's very important to keep this in mind whenever you're trying to do a key. And that sums up what to keep in mind when you're looking at grain in your footage. As long as you're following these principles, you'll be set to go. Grain is typically pretty black and white. It's either right or it's wrong. And what's very important to keep in mind is that just because you're using the exact same camera as another shot does not mean that your grain will be similar. Grain varies greatly under different lighting conditions. It depends how the camera's set up. Is it daylight? Are you set at a night scene? It really depends. So each shot should be approached as if it's a brand new grain structure because you will see differences.
And that wraps up our compositing fundamental of grain. In our next video, we're going to go ahead and take a look at edge detail. Thank you so much for listening, and I'll catch you in the next one.
Hello there and welcome back. In this video, we're going to dive into another one of our compositing fundamentals and talk about edge detail. Edge detail is about seamlessly blending the edges between two different elements. It's about having the right amount of sharpness or softness, the right amount of color, the right amount of motion blur. If you have fine hairs, it's about retaining that detail. So it's incredibly important to having your image look realistic. And when we're talking about edge detail, we're really talking about how we're layering and merging our elements together. There's two techniques that are ultimately used when we're merging our elements. The first is extraction, and the second is blending modes. Now, extraction includes our classic compositing techniques like rotoscoping and keying, and it's really about specifying what sections of our foreground layer we would like to keep as we're merging elements together using a matte. And blending modes is about using merge operations that are more math-based to combine layers in more unique ways that are not based on a matte or an alpha channel. This includes when we're plussing or multiplying elements, when we're using overlay transfer modes, when we're using color dodge. All of these live in the blending modes merging realm. And oftentimes, you'll see these two techniques used together. You'll use a blending mode to achieve a certain effect, and then you'll use extraction over top of it so you only see that blending mode in a specific area. It's very common to see these two used together, and it's a good technique to have in your toolset. Let's take a look at both of these a little more in depth and with some visual examples. So when we're talking about extraction, there are really three steps that you need to go through. You need to extract the edges so that they match the original footage, both in detail and shape. You need to modify the edge color to fit with the new background. And you need to modify the edge position and softness to fit with the new background if necessary. So what we're looking at here is a finished shot. This was a green screen extraction that we've done. So we have our footage, and the first step is to extract our edges so they match the original footage in detail and in shape. So with our keyer, I've done that here. Our alpha channel matches incredibly closely to this footage. You look at all these fine hairs, you'll see we've captured them all, even these really slight ones here. The keyer does a very good job of picking these out, and we've properly extracted our image. So if we were to merge this over our background, we would notice it doesn't look that good, and that's because the color of our edges is not correct. This brings us into step 2, which is modifying our edge color to fit within the new background. So once you modify the edge color, you'll see this is sitting much more nicely. All of that green nastiness that was sitting here in the edges has gone away, and now I would say this is almost a believable shot. And I made a couple more tweaks to the lighting, and then that ended up being my final shot. And as you can see, as we're comparing, we've kept all of that nice edge detail. We're not really losing any of it. We've taken out the green, we've matched the lighting, everything is looking very nice in this. And in this case, we didn't have to go on to step 3, where we modify our edges to look different than our original footage, because there is nothing really breaking our footage that would make the edges look unrealistic in this context. Let's take a look at another example where we had to modify the edges compared to the original footage because it just wasn't sitting right within our shot. So here in this shot, what I wanted to do was I didn't want this window to be quite so low. I painted in this brick wall. So let's take a look at what the extraction process looked like. So I went through and got a good alpha channel of this. I made sure that it matched the original as closely as possible. As we're comparing with the original footage here, it may look like we're keeping a little bit too much white, but there's a lot of subtle darkening in those edges that we're getting picked up on in our matte extraction. And so as we saw in the previous example, once we merge this over, this doesn't look very good. There's a bright halo around all of these objects. There's the dark halo around this. This is going to happen a lot when you're rotoscoping, and it's one of the main challenges of getting your shot to look correct. So since our alpha is correct, we can now move on to our edge color. So we've tweaked our edge color here, and it looks much, much better. If we zoom in here, we'll see we're still matching the original very closely. But you'll notice it still doesn't look that real. And why is that? Because we've matched our footage incredibly closely. But especially these glasses here, they feel very cut out. And that's because in this original footage, our background is so bright that it's actually eating into our defocused edge. And that happens all the time with bright backgrounds. It's incredibly difficult to recover from without a lot of intensive work. So what should this edge actually look like? We have a great example down here showing exactly how defocused this edge would be if it weren't on a bright background. And this is what we need to match. So let's go back to our comp here. And we can see this is our sharp edging here. So let's go ahead and modify our edges in a way that doesn't match the original, but makes the shot feel much more cohesive. There we go. These edges do not match the edges of our original footage. We've made them significantly more blurry. But that's okay because that's what would happen if this was in front of a darker background. It's all about contextually understanding what your edges should be doing and extracting elements with bright backgrounds, especially when they're defocused or motion blurred. They're always going to exhibit this problem to some degree. We've also rebuilt this little lighting hit that was there that you couldn't really see at all in the original footage. We added a little bit to her face as well. And now this is sitting very nicely because we've modified our edge position and our softness to fit within our new background. Let's take a look at blending modes really quick. So we're just going to take this final result and actually use it as our element. And we're going to put a little detail into this sky. And so what you can do is you can make a merge node, and we'll just set this to multiply. And so now we have combined our element here, and it's blending with our edges because all this is a straight multiplication. But then what we need to do is we need to grab an extracted matte and place it over top of our multiplication. This is what's going to happen most of the time when you're using a blending mode to get your edges. And now, if we turn both of these off, we have some nice detail in the sky, and we haven't affected our edges in any way. This is another great method when you need to add subtle texture to details that are very bright, because otherwise you would have to go through the entire rebuilding process that we saw for this shot, which is very time consuming. And that wraps up edge detail. To briefly summarize what we're trying to do with edge detail, we're trying to keep the edges as close to the original footage as possible through extraction or blending mode techniques. But if the background we're replacing does not contextually make sense within these edges, it is okay to modify them.
And that wraps up our comp fundamental of edge detail. We're going to go ahead and start taking a look at focus next. So thank you so much for listening, and I'll catch you in the next one.
Hello there and welcome back. In this video, we're going to take another closer look at one of our compositing fundamentals, and here we're going to check out focus. We're going to take a look exactly at what it means to be matching focus in our shots. So let's hop right in. There are two main factors that go into getting correct focus for your shot. The first is the focus amount. This is where we match the amount of defocus in a given area of your shot based on the footage. If your element is far away and the background is very blurry, then your element should be very blurry. If your element is in the foreground, which is in focus, it should match the foreground's level of sharpness. Focus amount is pretty straightforward when you have footage to match to. The next component is the bokeh shape. This is about matching the shape and texture of your defocused elements to closely match the plate. So when we use the term bokeh, we're talking about the specific texture and style that the defocus takes on. This is a little abstract to just talk about, so let's take a look at some examples of different bokeh shapes you may run across. So our footage is in focus here, and we have a very bright little white dot at the bottom of our screen to accurately show our shape. So this is what happens when we apply just a blur node in Nuke to it. So you'll see this is defocused, but it doesn't necessarily feel photographic. You can see our bright dot at the bottom is just kind of this blurry mush. So let's take a look at a real photograph to see what bright defocused areas should look like. And you can see the bright parts of our image have a very well-defined bokeh shape. They're very spherical, and this shape and texture will largely depend on what lens you're using. Let's just apply this circular shape to our image here and see what happens. Now we can immediately see that this looks much more photographic. We have those nice round defined bokeh shapes. But we can even take this a step further. Look at this picture here, and you can see there's a bright outline on the outside of the bokeh shapes there. There's a little bit of texture on the inside. So let's apply that to this image quickly and see what that looks like. This change isn't quite as drastic as the previous one, but it's all these little changes that are adding together to make this image feel very real. We now have a nice ring on the outside like that photograph. We have a little bit of texture on the inside, and on the brightest parts of our footage, we can really see that come through, and it makes it feel really nice and real. And texture is not the only thing we need to get correct with our bokeh shape. Some lenses, like anamorphic lenses, will have a squeezed, more elliptical looking bokeh, and they can come in varying intensities depending on the exact lens that was used. And there are even fun filter shapes that are out there, like hearts and whatnot. And if for whatever reason you have a heart-shaped bokeh in your footage, any defocused element that you're adding will also need that heart-shaped bokeh. The final bokeh shape effect that we're going to talk about is the cat eye effect. Now, just because you've matched your shape in one location doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be accurate everywhere. As you can see in this image here, we have very spherical bokeh in the center of frame, but as we start reaching the edges, it starts converging on itself and becoming more elliptical and looking like a cat eye. This happens to varying degrees on lenses, and it's something to look out for. Now that we've talked about the bokeh shape, let's talk about focus amount. Typically, the largest component that will affect how defocused certain elements need to be is your depth of field. Now, the definition of depth of field is that it is the areas of your shot that are considered to be acceptably in focus. Another way of looking at it is that the depth of field of a shot determines how defocused a given object should be based on the distance to the lens and the camera's aperture. I'm not going to dive into the specifics of camera aperture settings, but what we need to know is that the camera aperture determines if we have a shallow or a deep depth of field. You can see how your aperture affects your depth of field in this image here. On the left-hand side, we have a shallow depth of field, and the background becomes defocused much more quickly than the right-hand side, where we have an image with a deep depth of field. As we can see there, the background is barely defocused. In the image here, we can see a graph where the blue boxes are the areas that are considered acceptably in focus to show the difference between a shallow and deep depth of field. The second factor to depth of field is your distance to the camera. As your subject moves further away from camera, the area that is considered acceptably in focus increases exponentially, as we can see in this video. This distance relationship greatly informs our perception to the scale of our image subjects. A great example of this can be seen in Ant-Man. The very shallow depth of field in these shots make it feel very small because typically in a wider frame like this, everything would be very sharp and in focus. This trick is also used in tilt shift photography to make real life places feel very small because the depth of field is more akin to what you would see when the subject is very close to camera. These two factors are incredibly important to create a realistic looking image, especially if you're compositing an entirely fake shot. People have an innate sense for what proper depth of field looks like, even if they can't put their finger on it exactly. Matching our focus size and the focus fall off in shots needs to be correct and based on real world lenses. This is one of the reasons I really dislike Nuke's standard Z defocus node, which is used for simulating depth of field, because it's not based on real world values.
We're going to look at using optically correct defocus gizmos and plugins later in this course, so don't worry, we have a solution for the Z defocus problem.
Depth of field is not the only factor that goes into how soft our image should be. Another factor is lensing softness, and that's something you'll typically see in anamorphic lenses. So let's take a look at exactly what that looks like. Anamorphic lenses have a lot of weird imperfections in them that some directors of photography find really appealing. And like you see in this chart here, this chart is flat to camera. There's a lot of lens distortion on it, but you can see the center is tack sharp, but the edges and especially the corners actually have a little bit of a blurring effect on them. And this is something that you need to compensate for and match when you're putting elements in an anamorphic shot. And you can have this on any sort of lens, but it's really prevalent in anamorphic lenses. More focus shenanigans can happen when you start using a split diopter. What a split diopter does, as you can see this image here, is that there's a piece of glass that you put in front of your camera that allows two separate focus planes, meaning that one side can be focused on the background while the opposite side is focused on the foreground. And if this happens to be in a shot that we're working on, we need to make sure to match it. It doesn't happen super often, but it's good to be aware of. And that sums up everything you need to keep in mind when you're looking at the focus of your shot. You need to look at the amount and the shape. You need to make sure that your depth of field is correct, that your focus plane is set. Even if you have an image that you're adding that's perfectly in focus, lenses are imperfect creations, and just because something in your footage is tack sharp, odds are there's still a 1 to 2 pixel blur on it. And so any elements you're adding into those shots, you should check to see if you need to add that soft 1 to 2 pixel blur. So keep these in mind and your focus will be good to go. In the next video, we're going to look at the next compositing fundamental, which is closely related to our focus, and that's lens effects. Thank you very much for listening, and I'll catch you in the next one. Hello there, and welcome back. In this video, we're going to look at some more lens effects that can happen outside of our defocus. There's a lot of different imperfections in lenses, and it's good to know what they are so we can be on the lookout for them and know if we need to match them. So let's hop right in. First up is lens flares. Everyone's familiar with lens flares, especially if you've seen any of J.J. Abrams' films. There's a lot of different types of lens flares, and they all behave differently. And if they're in your shot, you're going to need to make sure that you're maintaining them as closely as possible. You may have to rebuild them over some of your elements, or you may be working on a completely CG shot that requires you to match a practical flare from a different shot. Lens flares have so much variety because they're really based on how the lens is constructed. The two major categories are spherical lens flares and anamorphic lens flares. Spherical lenses are like the ones we're looking at now. Anamorphic lens flares everyone is familiar with thanks to our good friend J.J. Abrams. He uses them in all of his movies, especially in Star Trek, and you can just see them popping up all over screen here, and they have all of those weird horizontal artifacts. They're very flashy and showy, and it's important to match the style of lens flare to the actual lens that it was shot with. Next up, and very closely related to lens flares, is lens grime. Lens grime and lens dirt is an aesthetic choice, and it's when you can see dirt on the lens that's being illuminated by some sort of backlight pop in over your image on the screen. I am personally not a big fan of this. I see it overused a lot. And for me as a movie viewer, it takes me out of the moment and it kind of breaks that fourth wall a little bit. But some directors want it. Some people think that they're cool and more power to them. It's just not the style for me. And so you may be asked to match this sort of look on a completely fake shot, or more often than not, you'll be asked to remove them because they'll be seen as a mistake made during the shoot. Next up, we have a lens effect that you need to be very careful with, and that is glow and light wrap. Glow can be caused by a variety of things in the camera lens. Most often it's lens filters that are put on to soften the subject image, and they'll end up catching a little bit of light on them. In this image here, we can see there's a black satin 3 filter on the camera lens, and we're really catching a lot of that white area behind our actress. And here's just a different example. I don't believe this has any filters on it, but if you look all around this image, you can see a ton of glow and a ton of bleeding, especially around that color board right there. There's a lot of glow in this image, and it's always important to reference your footage for the glow amount, because oftentimes I'll see something like this. This is a meme that's a little over exaggerated, but it's also true. Look at that image on the left. There is 0 light wrap in it. And I see a lot of beginning compositors use light wrap and glow kind of as a crutch to hide some of the work they're doing, mostly on edge details, but that is rarely ever the answer. And overglowing is such a prominent issue even in my office that we have a saying that goes around. I don't think we're the origin of it, but we call it the Gloden Rule. And the Gloden Rule states you dial in your glow to the amount where you think it looks just right, and then you cut it in half. You now have the correct amount of glow. And this isn't something I just tell other people. I also have to follow this rule myself because I find that I often overglow things because it's very easy to do. So keep this in mind when you're doing glow, and it will likely save you from overglowing a lot of images. Up next, we have chromatic aberration. Chromatic aberration is a fairly common issue you run across. It's an optical problem when different colors of light do not come together as they should in your lens. When you see individual colors fringing on the edges of your image, you'll know you have chromatic aberration. In this example, you can see a lot of purple bleeding across that color checkerboard there. And so if we were to replace that board with any image, we would need to make sure we've added that purple fringing back in there to match the plate. The 2 common places you see chromatic aberration are 1 around very overexposed sections of your footage like we have here, and 2, as you reach the edges of your image and the edges of the lens, you may start to see some of this color fringing as well. It can come in a variety of colors, not just purple. It can come in red, green, blue. It really just depends on the lens. And it's something you'll need to take a closer look at to see how exactly you need to replicate it. Next up, we have lens distortion. And you can see by our shelves back there that they are very bent, but they're not actually bent. That's just our lens distorting them. And typically, wide angle lenses will have the worst distortion. And as you get more telephoto, the distortion tends to flatten out. The image we're looking at here is an anamorphic lens, which has extra distortion in it. And distortion is very important when it comes to tracking, because your distortion will cause your footage to move in a non-linear way. And depending on how much distortion is in your shot, you may need to account for it when you're tracking. Next up, and closely related to distortion, is lens breathing. And so as you see here, as we're changing our focus plane, the lens distortion is actually changing. This is most prominent in very old anamorphic lenses. It's not nearly as bad in modern spherical lenses, but it's another factor that you need to keep in mind,
especially when you're tracking, because the distortion and squeeze can change your background based on where your camera is focused.
Moving through our list of lens artifacts, the next one we have is vignetting, and vignetting is a general darkening of your image as you reach the edges. You can see it turning on and off here, and vignetting can be caused by a few different things on your lens. It's the general construction. Is there a matte box that's in front of it or a filter that's bleeding into the image a little? And it's generally not too big of a deal. It's just important to know about because the colors of elements you're putting in, if your shot is panning or tilting, they may actually darken as they start reaching the edge of frame. And if it's prominent enough, you'll definitely need to match it. And so it's good to keep in mind. And the final item on our list is ghosting. And ghosting is when bright parts of your image reflect on the lens elements themselves and appear at lower opacities over the main image. Here you can see that van kind of doubling up and it's getting on the ground behind it and on the actress's hair a little bit. Often when ghosting appears in footage, we'll be asked to remove it, so it's good to know exactly what it is. In a way, you could also think of lens flares as ghosting, but they're so unique and kind of disparate from what we normally need to paint out that I decided to put them in a separate category. And that sums up the main lens effects that you'll run across in footage. I'm sure there are a couple more that are tiny, but these are the big guys that you'll be seeing. You'll definitely be seeing lens flares. You'll probably be asked at some point to put some grime or dirt on the lens. You'll definitely be interacting with glow, but hopefully in a tasteful amount. Chromatic aberration, especially in stock footage, is very apparent. Lens distortion and lens breathing can be very important for tracking correctly. Wider lenses have some bad vignetting, and ghosting, you may just need to be aware of it so that when someone says paint out all of those ghosting artifacts, you know exactly what it means.
And that wraps up our compositing fundamental of lens effects. We can kind of see the weird things that our lens can do to our footage. So let's go ahead and move on to our next compositing fundamental of lighting. Thank you very much for listening, and I'll catch you in the next one.
Hello there and welcome back. In this video, we're going to tackle our 7th compositing fundamental and go over the theory of lighting and how it relates to compositing. By far, the biggest impact that lighting will have is when it comes to element selection. This can be a CG render, it could be a photograph, it could be a video. Any element that we're compositing into our shot needs to have the exact same lighting characteristics as our footage. If these do not match, your shot is not going to feel real. So let's look at the characteristics of light that we need to match when we're selecting our elements. We have the light direction, the light quality, and the light intensity. And this list is applied to every single light that you can see in your footage. So let's dive in and start looking at these more closely. We'll start with light direction. Now, light direction is exactly what it sounds like. You need to make sure that your lights are facing the right way and are positioned correct relative to the object that's being lit. A lot of the times, you'll be able to tell this by the direction of the shadows. In this instance, I looked at the rock in the foreground in the bottom left of frame, and I saw that its shadow was going mostly horizontally. It was going up a little bit, and so I roughly matched that in 3D to make sure that my light was going in the correct direction. But you'll notice that it appears that the shadows shift a little as we go from left to right in the frame. All of those rocks on the right are being very front lit. And we know there's only one sun, so what does this mean? Is our lighting incorrect? Well, let's take a look at this sphere render I did. You'll see that on the left side, we're seeing much more of the shadow side of our objects, where on the right side, it's entirely front lit. So the directionality of your lighting not only depends on the overall scene lighting, but also specifically where in your scene it's placed. Because as objects in this instance moved further right, we saw more of the side that the sun was hitting, making it feel more front lit. For the sake of example, I made a duplicate of this statue in 3D space and moved it back towards those rocks, which appear to be more front lit. And you can see our render appears to be more front lit as well. It's not because we've moved the light or made an additional one, it's just the matter of us seeing more of the side that's being hit by the sun. Now let's take a look at how the statue feels when it's lit incorrectly in our scene, where the lighting direction is very wrong. Clearly, this doesn't feel realistic. This looks like a top-down spotlight sort of effect. It doesn't match the left to right nature of our plate. And the only thing I changed in this was the lighting. Everything else was kept exactly the same. So you can see just how big this lighting direction impact is. Let's take a look at another example. Now this is starting to look a little bit better, but we still have a major problem with this render. The light is facing the wrong direction. It's still going horizontally, but instead of our shadow being cast from left to right, it's being cast from right to left. I see a lot of newer compositors making this mistake, and it's an easier one to make because if you're just looking at a glance at it, it doesn't feel horribly off. There's something weird, and you may have a hard time putting your finger on it, but what's weird in this instance is certainly the light direction. And in this instance, we have a render that is way too front lit. This looks like it could potentially be more appropriate if it was on the back right section of our screen, but looking at our foreground rock and comparing the direction of our shadow on her arm, this is certainly not correct. Let's try pushing it back a little bit now and see what our statue looks like with the light behind it. If you look at the shadow that's being cast, it's in the same relative direction as our foreground rock guide there, but this still doesn't quite feel right. And why is that? Because our shadows look fairly close. Well, if you look at the rocks that are in our foreground just beyond that practical shadow, you can see that there's still a good amount of front light happening on them. And we're getting way more shadow on the right side of our statue than we're seeing in the practical footage. So we're going to need to make this not quite so backlit. And now here we have the final version of our shot. We have that nice front lighting back. The shadow direction still matches pretty accurately, and I think this looks really good. And so once you have this quote unquote correct lighting, some people will play with it in CG to make it a little more visually pleasing, and it's okay to cheat it a little bit. But if you start doing too much cheating, it's going to start to feel compy and unrealistic. So it's just something to be aware of. And that wraps up lighting direction. Let's go ahead and start talking about our light quality. When we're talking about light quality, we're really talking about the quality of the shadows that a given light will cast. How sharp or hard will those shadows be? And that sharpness of your shadow is determined by these two factors: the size of your light and the distance of your light to the subject. And why are these the two factors that affect our light quality? Let's take a look at this quick graph here where we have a very small light and a large area light. The sharpness of our shadows has everything to do with how parallel the rays of light are that are hitting our object. For our point light, there's not any other place that our rays of light can be coming from. It's one single point in space. And so we don't have any overlapping rays of light, and so the shadow is very harsh because it's either being obstructed from all the rays or being hit by all the rays. In the case of our area light, we have a much larger surface area that our rays can be emit from. Again, we'll assume we're casting light in all directions from our source, and you'll see that this larger size introduces more variation in the direction of the light rays that reach our object. There are areas that light rays from point A can illuminate that point B cannot, and there are also areas that point B can illuminate that point A cannot. This disparity in what the individual rays can illuminate creates that gradient in our soft shadows. Let's take a look at this in 3D just so it's a little more clear. So we have an area light here in 3D, and this is going to be a good way to visualize this. And so you'll notice that as we grow our light source, our shadow continues to get softer and softer. And as we shrink our light source, you can see that softening start to go away till it's very small. It's very sharp like that. There's a couple cool things you can notice from this. Notice how much harsher the line is here than it is back here. You can see this gradual softening because as the distance between your object and the object it's casting a shadow on increases, the softer the shadow will be. So the closer they are, the sharper the shadow will be. And like we said, the size of our light is not the only factor. Let's go ahead and zoom way out, and we can compare how the distance of lights affect the quality of their shadows. In this example, I have two lights that are the exact same size, but they're at two very different distances to our subject. These shadows are very different, despite these being the exact same size. Let's zoom in here. This light that is near is very soft, when the light of the exact same size, once moved back, is suddenly very harsh. And again, this has everything to do with how parallel our light rays are, because we're essentially changing the amount of overlap that can happen between our light rays as we move our light source further away. This is why the sun's shadow is so sharp when it's not being blocked by clouds, because obviously the sun is a huge, huge source of light, but it's so far away that the shadows get very sharp. If the sun was closer, not only would we all be incinerated, but all of our shadows would also be very soft. So let's take a look at our example here again. We've matched the quality of the lighting. The shadow hardness is consistent with the footage. Let's take a look at what this would look like if we had an overly soft light in the exact same position. So you can see this doesn't really make sense within our scene. Our lighting direction is correct, but this feels like it was lit in a more overcast environment, and it just doesn't read as realistic because our light quality is not correct. And let's use this as an opportunity to talk about diffusion a little bit, because we just talked about how hard the sun's shadows were. Well, when it goes through clouds, or when a movie light goes through any sort of diffusion filter, what it's traveling through essentially becomes a new light source and rescatters all of the rays of light, so they're no longer moving in a parallel direction, and therefore it softens our shadows. Something else to note when you're dealing with CG in particular is that your direct light can have a lighting quality of very harsh shadows or very soft shadows, but the indirect light that is bouncing off different sources is always soft, like in this example here. You will never see a harsh indirect source. And again, this is because when the light hits the ground, the rays are scattering and not parallel with one another, creating that soft effect. And finally, we're moving on to light intensity. Light intensity is very straightforward. It's that our lights need to match the appropriate levels of brightness. In this instance, we only have one light, and obviously this looks very wrong. And this is typically the light characteristic that for CG renders, compositors have the most control over. CG renders can be split out into different light groups, and you can very easily fine-tune the intensity of each of your individual lights. Whereas the light direction and shadow quality is very difficult, if not impossible, to modify on CG renders. In this example, our main key light has an appropriate level of brightness, but there was a secondary light added. There's a bit of a backlight in there. And clearly there's no secondary source of light in this footage, and so we need to turn it off in order for it to look correct. And modifying the intensity of that to 0 makes this sit very nicely again. We've been mostly looking at lighting in regards to 3D, and we've done that just because it's a little easier to show the nuances of the lighting characteristics when we have a consistent shot to be comparing against. But I cannot stress enough how important lighting is when it comes to matching your various elements in 2D.
When you're picking backgrounds for green screen shots, for example, you need to make sure that the background and foreground share the exact same lighting characteristics. Otherwise, it's never going to feel real.
Now let's take a look at some examples that are maybe not so great, and we can talk about why they feel wrong. And before we get into these not so great examples, I just want to disclaim I'm not trashing these artists' work. A lot of the times when shots like this happen, there are outside factors that contribute to shots getting rushed and just trying to get something out there to hit a deadline. So I'm not ripping on these artists. I'm just trying to show some real examples of shots that made it to television that I think could be improved through better lighting. And so in this instance, we have a shot from The Walking Dead. And the number one thing that jumps out to me is that the quality of lighting is very different between the foreground and the background. This was very clearly a green screen shot, and you can see the harsh shadows on that matte painting in the background that are getting cast on the ground. And the types of clouds that are up there seems to imply that this element is a bright sunny day. But if you look at our main character here, he has no sharp shadows. And he doesn't really have any shadows, but if you look at our background plate, you can see the right side is clearly getting hit by light and the left side is in shadow, but he's just uniformly front lit. Looks like there's a specular hit on the top left of his forehead. And I think amongst other things, that's the biggest reason that this shot doesn't work. And here we can see a still from one of my favorite movies, The Room, and you can see that the lighting from the foreground to the background is flipped. The light is coming from right to left in our background, but it's coming from left to right in our foreground. And the quality of light also doesn't seem to quite align. It feels like it could be a little bit harsher in the background than in our foreground. You could get away with it if you're saying that it's bounce light, but there's nothing in the scene that's brightly illuminated that would be bouncing this light back. So again, when we're selecting elements for our comps, we need to make sure that these three factors are in place and consistent from our background to our foreground to our midground. Everything we're putting together needs to have consistent lighting. And if you have an element that has maybe two of the three of these characteristics, you need to ask yourself if you're going to be able to fudge that last one. In terms of light direction and light quality, honestly, it's pretty difficult to do depending on exactly what the lighting is. So that's just something to keep in mind. Light intensity is probably the easiest, but it still can be tricky if you're trying to make a very overexposed image very dark. And that wraps up our compositing fundamental of lighting. Thank you very much for listening, and I'll catch you in the next one. Hello there, and welcome back. In this video, we're going to take a look at our final compositing fundamental, perspective. It is typically the hardest compositing fundamental to follow because it can be very tricky to identify when it's wrong, especially if you're new to compositing. But we're going to inform you here on exactly what you should be looking for when you're matching perspective to set you on the right path. So let's get started. Now, perspective is all about how an object or element spatially sits within your scene. It needs to optically make sense within its environment. A lot of the time when we're talking about perspective, it's affecting more complex shots where we are replacing a background entirely, integrating CG, shots of that nature. Now, the perspective of your footage is determined by three main factors, and that is the focal length of your lens, the camera's sensor size, and the positioning/rotation of your camera. If you have this information for all of your elements in a shot, it will make matching your perspective significantly easier because you'll be able to mathematically determine how to position your shot, but we'll take a look at that later in this video. So what do these three factors all have to do with perspective? Well, let's take a look at the two main characteristics that we need to match in order to have our correct perspective. The focal length and sensor size will give us our lens compression, and then the camera positioning and rotation will give us our vanishing point. If we have these two characteristics matched, we will have the correct perspective within our shot. So let's take a look at these two more in depth and figure out exactly how we can find them. Lens compression is about how compressed elements appear within your shot. You can see in this GIF how focal length affects lens compression. The wider your focal length is, the less compressed objects near you will appear. And then the longer that your focal length is, aka your lens being more telephoto, the more compressed your objects will appear. Well, why is this? Well, let's take a look at an example in 3D. Here on the left, we have two cubes being looked at by a 20mm camera. And on the right, we have the same two cubes being looked at by a 200mm camera. Why is the compression different? Well, in order to compensate for the increased focal length, we had to significantly back our camera up in order to achieve the same relative framing. What this means is that we have a significant disparity in the relative distances between our cubes and our camera. In our 20mm example, our background cube is about 2.5 times further away than the foreground cube, where in the 200mm example, our background cube is maybe 1.2, 1.15 times further away than our foreground cube. And this large discrepancy in our distance is actually the reason that the objects appear more compressed. The focal length itself technically doesn't have anything to do with lens compression, but rather the focal length forces you to move a certain distance away in order to properly photograph your subject, and this distance is what creates compression. So I guess you could say focal length does cause lens compression, but it only does so indirectly by forcing distance between you and your subject. Let's prove this really quickly. In this Nuke script, I have a 20mm render and a 200mm render. These cameras are in the same position and are exactly the same except for the focal length. Now, if I wanted to have our 20mm render match our 200mm render, I need to scale it up 10 times. You'll notice when we transform it up that it's exactly the same. That means that if we have footage that was shot on the exact same camera with different focal lengths, we can automatically know how much to scale our background in order to match our lens compression. The formula is to take your foreground focal length and divide it by your background focal length, and that will give you the amount you need to scale your background by. For example, if we had an 80mm foreground and a 40mm background, we would do 80 divided by 40, and that would give us a 2 times scale. When we plug that into a transform, we would have perfectly matched our lens compression. This is the ideal way to work and combine elements. Unfortunately, it's not always that simple if you're using multiple cameras, because that means you're also using multiple sensor sizes. And like we said earlier, our lens compression is caused by our focal length and our sensor size. Again, the compression is indirectly caused by these, but it's caused by them nonetheless. So what does the sensor size have to do with this? Well, let's take a look at this graph in front of us. The circle represents everything a lens could possibly see. The boxes within the lens represents the sensor size and what we can actually record. You'll notice the blue sensor size has a much larger field of view than our red sensor size, despite having the exact same lens. So the field of view is the total amount of area that a camera can see of its surroundings based on the lens and sensor size. And our end goal for our lens compression is to have the same field of view for both of our objects. And so let's take a look at how that affects our formula when we have different sensor sizes on our plate elements. You'll see that it's not as simple as just dividing our focal length of our foreground by the focal length of our background. Now we need to find the percentage difference of our foreground sensor size compared to our background sensor size and multiply our background focal length by that. This may be a little confusing, so let's take a look at an example. Say we have a foreground plate with a 150mm lens with a 25mm horizontal sensor size, and then we have a 30mm background lens with a 20mm horizontal sensor size. Once we pipe that into our formula, the result is we need to scale our background plate up by 4. I don't really expect people to have this memorized, but I do write it down because even I occasionally forget exactly what order it goes in. And if I have this info on the plates I'm using, I definitely pipe it in because it's the easiest starting point to get your perspective looking correct. It'll automatically make sure your compression is correct. The next characteristic we need to match is our vanishing point / horizon line. We need to be able to see the exact point where all of the angles in our scene are converging because all of our elements will need to match these converging lines. The vanishing point is determined by the pan / tilt of our camera when the footage was shot. Depending on your scene, this may be difficult or very easy to determine. So let's take a look at an image of an office here and walk through how exactly we can find the vanishing point. So I have our image open in Nuke here, and let's learn how we can find our vanishing points. So I'm going to make a roto node really quick, and I'm just going to output this to RGBA because I want to actually draw some visible lines. And to do that, we need to use the open spline. And now what we can do is we're going to find the lines that we believe in real life are parallel with one another. So I'm going to start here and draw one very long line. And I need to make sure that it lines up all the way through. And this is a little tricky to do with just one viewer. And so we can actually make multiple viewers in Nuke. And we can do that by hitting this drop down, going to Windows, and typing in New Comp Viewer. Then we can go ahead and drag it to the right over here and split our view so that this is a little bit easier to adjust. You can see we have our second viewer node here, and you can see what it is connected to. So I'm going to zoom in here. Let's just turn off this roto shape so that we don't see it covering our image. I'm going to change the width of our stroke to 2. And on this viewer, I'm just going to drag our endpoint here until we are all the way aligned. Let's keep going down. We want to get that right on the money here. All right, so that is our first line. Now what I want to do is I'm just going to duplicate this. Let's go ahead and find another line. We're going to go with this desk here. And now I'm going to, again, drag this line until it's in line with our desk entirely. Just zoom in so we can make this nice and precise. Something like that. All right, so we're starting to get a rough approximation of where our vanishing point is. It's always good to do 3 or 4 of these. So I'm going to duplicate it again, and we're going to see if this works. I'm going to put it right at our current intersection point and move this up here. Line that up very closely. Let's see how well this aligns. Just need to make a tiny little adjustment. So it's not exactly the same. That's all right because there's lens distortion. There's a few factors at play. So let's go ahead and grab a different point and grab this. I'm going to duplicate this again. Drag it down here. Move that in line. And again, we're just going to line this up as best we can. Scoot it up a little bit. Great, so you can see we have some consistency in where all of our lines are going. They're approximately going here. I can cheat that one over potentially a little. Let's see if that throws it off significantly. It does. We know our vanishing point is approximately right here. So what does that mean? Well, we can draw a line where these are intersecting. I'm going to go right here. It seems to be in the middle. And what we can do now is we can click and drag this line, and any other horizontal lines that go to this vanishing point are going to line up. We can see it's in line with our desk, with this other little table, with the boards on this wall, with the TV. As we move this around, if this is lining up with your surfaces, that means you have a pretty accurate vanishing point. And this is exactly what we want. Great. So now there are 2 directions that this is currently receding in. So we're going to want to follow this process again, except for the right side this time. So let's go ahead and make another long line. I can zoom in here so we can see what's going on. Cool. Now we can grab this portion of the desk. I'll duplicate this again. Scoot it over. It's a little bit tedious, but this process is 100% worth it. It's going to help you align your scenes so much that it's worth the 5 to 10 minutes it takes to set it up properly. Cool, so we have that approximate intersection. Let's go for the ceiling now. We'll duplicate this again. Go up here. And let's see how we can get this to line up. Need to go a little lower. Even a little lower. Getting really finicky here now. That looks pretty good. And this is actually an excellent vanishing point. These are all lining up. So let's go ahead and just test that really quick. We will duplicate this. Put it here. And let's just test the rest of our scene. That lines up. That lines up. Let's go ahead and check up here. That lines up. So excellent. This is a very good vanishing point. So I'm just going to delete that extra one and turn this roto shape on. And now we can see all the vanishing lines that we've made. Let's go ahead and check our background plate because this isn't the original that we had in there and see how our perspective is stacking up. So I can go ahead and duplicate one of these again. And we can check this perspective. I'm going to full screen this here. And you can see that these lines are not lining up. And that is not what we want. Because assuming that this is built like a grid, this should be square and flush with our building here. So that is not correct. We can also check our other lines right here. Just going to grab this and move it around. And these ones actually aren't too bad. This is kind of lucky that this is lining up as well as it is. But the issue remains that not all of our vanishing lines are in line with one another. And so this doesn't quite feel correct. And so I've actually drawn vanishing lines already for this background. You can see it lines up. We just followed the exact same process that we did in our foreground image. All of these are lined up. We have our two distinct vanishing points. And so now what we need to do is line our pairs of vanishing points up with one another. So let's look at our roto shape here. And what I'm going to do is just roughly draw a box where the center of our vanishing lines are. And I'm going to select our background plates and move our anchor into the vanishing point. And let's go ahead and move this right on top of our foreground vanishing point. Cool, so let's see what this has done for us with another perspective check. We can check some lines in here now. And now we can see this is nice and lined up anywhere that we check it, which is excellent. This is exactly what we want. And we can go ahead and see if this is working for our other line. I'm going to grab this here. Let's start investigating a little bit. It's hard to tell exactly what is flat here, but you can see there's a little bit of a discrepancy here. And this is why scaling by eye is so difficult when you're trying to align your backgrounds, but this doesn't quite align with our other vanishing point. So we can, again, follow the exact same process. We can look at our vanishing lines here, and it's like, oh, we need to scale this up to match our other location. So let's go ahead and start scaling, and we can rotate our vanishing point a little bit. And now they're right on top of each other. Cool. So let's take a look at this now. And let's check all of our lines again. So now that's very accurate. This horizontal building is accurate. Everywhere that we check perfectly aligns with our vanishing point. So now if I turn this roto off and I just look at the final result here, I'm going to get rid of that second viewer. All right, so this is where we're at. There's still one more issue because we have our receding lines all nice and lined up, but we still have our vertical lines. You can see here it's tilting outwards, and this doesn't quite line up with our edges here. They should be perfectly vertical along with our seams. There will be a little bit of bowing of the lens that takes place. So what I do to fix that is I make a corner pin, and what I'll do is I'll turn it off, and let's move these points into the corner of our window, just like this. And then I will copy the 2 points, just a snapper from there. And now when I turn this on, there's going to be no effect on our image, which is exactly what we want. So now I just want to scoot these to the left or to the right to align our verticals. So I'm going to grab our 2, 4 and just scoot it to the right a little bit. Let me turn it on here. Let's just make sure our verticals are nice and consistent this entire time. Looking at this dashed line, looks like this may have gone a little too far. Something just like that. Then on our right side here, We'll check our building. We're using a corner pin because it's not consistent throughout the entire frame. So we'll grab our 2, 3 and scoot it to the left a little bit till that's nice and lined up. And there we go. Let's go ahead and turn this off and on. The adjustment is subtle, but stacks of subtle differences make a huge impact on the final image. So let's go ahead and full screen this. This is where we were just flat dropping the image in, and this is with our perspective aligned. Now, off the bat, this may not have looked too bad, but clearly when you A/B with our aligned perspective, this fits within our scene much, much better than this did. So perspective is all about those subtleties and getting them to align. And we've not only aligned our vanishing points here, but we've actually also fixed our compression by having those 2 vanishing points on top of each other. So this is a great technique to use when you don't have that information to do the mathematical scale. But what happens if you don't have such a friendly shot? What if you aren't able to determine any vanishing points? Well, the first thing you need to do is try to establish your camera height. Your camera height is where receding angles will become perfectly flat, as you can see in this image here. And the angles that are above or below the camera will have a more and more pronounced V shape as they recede. If you can identify and then align your camera height between your 2 pieces of footage, you're off to a great start. Then you need to look at available visual cues that inform you about your lens compression. As images undergo more lens compression, the receding angles become flatter, where in wider images, we can see the receding angles become significantly more pronounced. And again, the culprit behind this difference in the intensity of our receding angles is all about the relative distance to the camera. The near corner of our stack of boxes in the 15mm lens is a decent amount closer to the camera than the other 2 corners. But on the 150mm lens, the relative distance between them is negligible, and that's why they appear much flatter and closely packed together. So you need to take all the visual cues that you can to determine how compressed the image is and do your best to scale your background accordingly. It can be very difficult to scale correctly, but we do have an advantage if we don't have many visual cues to align our backgrounds. That also means there aren't many visual cues for the viewers to tell it is off as well. So it's a little more forgiving, but it's still important to try to get it to be as accurate as we can. And that wraps up our final compositing fundamental. That is perspective. It is definitely by far, in my opinion, the hardest to really develop an eye for. It took me several years of doing it incorrectly before I was able to see it immediately. And so don't get discouraged if you're having a hard time with it. It's one of those things that is a little more abstract and will come with experience. So don't get discouraged, and thank you very much for listening, and I'll catch you in the next one.
Hello there and welcome back. In this video, we're going to take a look at installing our Rebelway Gizmo pack, and then we'll finally be ready to get into Nuke and start compositing. All right, so I have our default Nuke opened up in here, and there's a few gizmos that I want to install. We have a little Rebelway Gizmo pack that we've prepared, and these are a collection of some of my favorite gizmos. If you've taken my other class, the Compositing and Nuke course, I've added a few new things in here that I think are really cool. So you're going to want to make sure that you kind of reinstall this pack. So let's take a look at how we can install this. It's actually pretty straightforward. I'm going to go ahead and just make a new window here. Just put it on our right side. And so what we're going to want to do here is we're going to want to go to our local disk, go to your user, go to your username, and there should be a .nuke folder in here. And so this folder may already have a lot of stuff in it. It really just kind of depends on if you've tried installing gizmos before, if you've installed plugins. But if it's blank like this, it's as easy as just taking these files here, this Gizmo pack folder and menu.py, and pasting them in. But if you already have a menu.py in here, you can go ahead and just open that up really quick. in any text editor, and you're going to want to go ahead and add this line, this little nuke.plugin add path Rebelway Gizmo pack. And you're going to want to type it exactly like this in your menu PY. Just make a brand new line and it will go ahead and load in this Rebelway Gizmo pack. So we've pasted this in here. I'm going to go ahead and reopen Nuke really quick. And now when I bring this over, you'll see we have successfully loaded in our Rebelway Gizmo pack, and you can kind of select any of these and play with them to start kind of seeing what they'll do. A lot of them you need inputs in order to use them accurately, but we're going to talk a lot about these throughout the course. I just wanted to make sure we had them all installed and everything was working correctly. So now that we have our little Gizmo pack installed, let's go ahead and actually start compositing. It's about time we do that in this course. And so I'll go ahead and see you there in our next video. Thank you so much for listening, and I'll catch you in the next one. Hello there and welcome back. In this video, we're going to go ahead and take a look at setting up our Nuke project and analyzing the work to come. So let's go ahead and get started. So I have a fresh Nuke script opened up in here. Let's go ahead and start bringing our footage in. So I'm going to hit R to open our little UI to read our footage in. If I go to our week 1 data, footage, and we have this footage file right here. So let's go ahead and double click on that to load it up and hit 1 to view it. So now we have this loaded in. I'm going to go ahead and hit L to play this. It started at frame 1. Let's go ahead and click in here so it plays. When you bring in your footage into Nuke, it will kind of reset the frame range for you. And so we can see it's done that correctly here. This starts at 1001 here and ends at 1120. And we have our footage in. All right, great. That's a pretty important step to starting, if I say so myself. So let's go ahead and check out some of our settings here. Go ahead and hit S. And within here, we can see our frame range was set up correctly. It's 1001 to 1120, like we saw in our read node here. And the next thing I want to do is check out our format size. So our footage format is HD 1080 1920 by 1080. So we'll just go ahead, let me pause this really quick. Let's change our project settings to HD 1080 1920 by 1080. Perfect. And then when I work in Nuke, what I really like to do is work in the ACES color space, the OCIO configs. Nuke comes with its own color space management, but I like using OCIO better because it's just a little bit more dynamic. It'll show you more range. So let's go ahead and just switch to that right here. And you can already see this looks much contrastier. It just looks more interesting in general. So we have our footage loaded in here and our project is set up. Pretty straightforward to do that. Let's just give this a quick save. We'll just save it in here and we can just call this RPL2 week 1 version 1. All right. So let's go ahead and take a little bit of a closer look at this shot. I hit space and then H to full screen this. And let's talk about what we want to do here. Well, I think there's a couple things that should be pretty obvious right off the bat. We need to replace the green screen behind our character here. We need to find a background that will fit correctly. Matching the lighting conditions and perspective will be very important in that. I would argue that looking at the shot and kind of seeing what we're looking at now, the hardest part of this really will be from a creative standpoint, getting that background to sit within the scene correctly. And so we're going to go ahead and do that. And then I've noticed something else that's kind of in here. If you look at this reflective helmet, you can actually see my little cameo. This is me hunched down behind a tripod there. And we're going to go ahead and just paint me out because I think the rest of this background works well enough. It's pretty nondescript. Maybe we can remove this little line here as well. That feels a little bit unnatural potentially. But otherwise, I'm pretty fine with this reflection. And so we're going to need to do that. We really zoom in here. and just kind of watch. We're not going to need to track this shot really. I'm not seeing any motion in it. We can analyze it a little bit closer later, but right off the gate, there's not really any motion to this shot. And I think that's something I'm going to want to fix. I want this to feel a little bit more natural and handheld. And so we're going to add some camera shake and take a look at how we can kind of do that in a realistic way. And then I think the final thing, just kind of looking at this, that I want to do is I want to try to fake an anamorphic lens. We looked at those characteristics earlier and we kind of talked about the shape of the bokeh in the background, some kind of lensing effects that will happen. It has a lot of distortion. And so we'll take a look into adding all of that as well. So I think that's everything that we want to do to this shot. So now that we have our project set up and analyzed, let's go ahead and move on to our next video where we're going to do a quick slap comp and kind of put everything together quickly. So thank you very much for listening, and I'll catch you in the next one. Hello there and welcome back. In this video, we're going to go ahead and slap comp our shot together. We're going to talk about finding the right background, getting it scaled correctly, and just trying to get a creative version out very quickly. And so we're in Nuke here, and first I kind of want to talk about why do we do slap comps? Why don't we just start with all the pieces, take it to 100% and say, hey, look, this first version is perfect. And that's because often there's kind of a creative process that these shots have to go through, because you may be combining the pieces that the director or your supervisor or even yourself thought would work really well together. But then once you kind of see it in context, you're like, ooh, that doesn't work quite as well as I thought. And you want to be able to iterate through that very quickly before you dive in and start spending hours and hours on nitty gritty details, trying to pick out little edges like that. It's really important to kind of have that creative version down and agreed on by all parties who need to approve that. And so our goal is to take this shot somewhere between 70 to 90% of the way, and about 10% of the time it will take to complete this shot. So with that lengthy explanation out of the way, let's go ahead and get started. And so the first thing we need to do with this, obviously, is select a background. And so I kind of browsed through a couple of my favorite sites that have free stock photos, and I couldn't really find anything that I liked and that kind of worked within the context of the scene. I'm sure you could if you really looked for it. But what I ended up doing is I went to my new favorite background kind of website, which is photobash.co. They didn't pay for advertising or anything. I just really love them. They have so much great high quality stock photography. It looks so good to use in comps because the images by themselves naturally are already beautiful. And they have some excellent search tools that will kind of help you find what you're looking for very, very quickly. And so I do have to say, because I ended up using Photobash textures, I can't distribute them to the class. They're not mine to give away. The good news, and part of the reason that I like Photobash so much, is that they're all very reasonably priced. And you don't have to get these. I kind of included all of the Photobash images we'll be using in this class here. If you want to use them all and follow along one-to-one, it's like $6 total, and you can use it for commercial purposes. They're very, very affordable, and I can't recommend them enough. If you don't want to use Photobash, that's more than fine. You can use your own images and just kind of learn from the concepts that we're talking about in this class. So I'm sorry I can't distribute them, but the good news is if you really want to follow along, it's like $6 to use Photobash textures. And so, like I was saying, one of the reasons I really like Photobash is because it's really easy to find and kind of navigate what you're looking for. Because in this shot right here, let's go ahead and just kind of talk about what we want to put back here. And so right here, I would say we're at about eye level, just kind of looking at all the cues we can kind of see on top of the shoulders there. This one's a little bit more flat. If we look over here, we can start to see underneath this just a little bit, even though he's looking down. And so our horizon line is somewhere around here, and the camera is probably just below the eye mouth level. It's somewhere in here. So we need to find an angle that is about eye level. That's easy enough. There's plenty of photography that's out there. And then we need to take a look at this lighting. And so when we're looking at this here, we can see there's very, very soft shadows. I'm not seeing anything that's very harsh in here. And it's always kind of good to look at surrounding photography, any other plates that were taken for reference. So let me just open up this little lighting reference I've included here. I brought this over, and this is kind of confirming our suspicions. This is a very overcast day right here. There's not any harsh shadows at all. And so we're looking for something that's about eye level, that's very overcast. And past that, it's kind of up to you what background you'd like to put in there. So let's go ahead and open up Photo Bash, and I'm going to show you why this is so great. So I'm just going to hit this little search button, and you can actually filter by eye level, and then we can filter by the lighting, and then we can find overcast. And really, there's tons and tons of pictures that would work for this. We could use this successfully. Some of these aren't quite as eye level as they seem. It looks like we're up on a mountain here. So you just need to kind of go through these and find something that works with the lighting and the background. And so the one I decided to use is this Volcanic Desert 2. So let's go ahead and load this in right here. I really like the way this one looked. I thought it was very interesting from kind of here back. It's potentially a little bit taller than eye level here. It is a very long lens, but I thought this worked really well, and I thought the lighting made sense. It's very soft. If we kind of gamma up our viewer here, we'll see there's not really any harsh shadows, and so the lighting works for me. The angle works for me. Again, if you want to follow this along exactly, here's a link to this image. But honestly, I would encourage you to find your own, because I think that's when you're going to learn the most, is trying to use your own image. And then when you submit your assignment, I'll give you feedback on the image you actually selected, and we can kind of see how well you did. And so now we have our image loaded in here. Let's go ahead and start temping this in. So the first thing we need to do is just do a real rough and dirty key. I'm going to go ahead and make a key light node. All right. And so key light is just kind of your pick a color and get something looking good quick keyer. So I'm just going to go ahead, pick our little eyedropper here by hitting Control, and let's select a color to key by hitting Control in our viewer. All right, awesome. Let's go ahead and hit A to view our alpha channel. And we just want to crunch this a little bit. We don't want semi-transparency in the helmet. We don't want to include this background at all. Again, this is a slap comp, so we do not need to be careful with this. Let's go ahead and bring our clip black up. And this will just kind of crunch down that screen. And we can bring our clip white up, and that'll just make the alpha of our actor here more solid. All right, great. We got that all sorted out. And let's go ahead and merge this over. And so obviously there's a little bit of a problem here. Our character is very tiny. This isn't what we want. What we need to do here is reformat our background to match our foreground image, because the foreground image is 1920 by 1080. The background image is 11K by 5K. So a little bit of a resolution disparity here. So we'll just make a reformat, and that will scale this background down to the same size of our character here. And we don't need to track this. We kind of established that. Maybe we can do a quick little color correct to make it blend a little bit more nicely. So let's go ahead and just kind of gain this up a little bit, maybe something like that. I also want to desaturate this a lot. This background is much more saturated than our foreground clip. And then we want to kind of color balance this, because this is much too blue right now. So let's go into our gamma. When you control click this wheel, you get all of these nice options. And this is kind of how I prefer to color things. And let's go ahead and just make this a little bit warmer here. Nothing too much. And maybe we can just make this a little bit more green. Slide that down right here. And let's make this a little bit brighter as well. We'll just kind of go up I think something like this will roughly work for now. Again, it doesn't need to be 100%, it just really needs to get the idea across. And so we have that in here. Let's go ahead and make a defocus just to make this feel a little bit more natural. Again, just kind of roughing it in right now. Maybe we'll do like 30. All right, so this is starting to look pretty nice here. And so something that's really important, again, we're trying to convey what this would creatively look like at the end of all of our compositing. And so it's very important to make sure that our background is the right scale, because really all creatives are subject to what we kind of call tempitis. They see a mock-up of something and they start to get really attached to what they're seeing. It's the same reason you use LUTs when you're editing instead of using log footage, because just over time you start to get used to this kind of wonky looking thing, and then suddenly that's what you want it to look like. And so it's very important that we get our background size correct, so a director doesn't see something that we know is technically wrong and say, no, I want it this way, regardless if it's wrong or not. And so that's why we're going to be very picky with the scale of our background at this point. And we can actually calculate that so we know exactly how much to scale our background up. And that will account for compression, and it'll just make our lives a whole lot easier getting that perspective to match, because this doesn't look terrible just looking at it, but it feels like optically something is off. You know, we can ignore this kind of stretching that's going on down here. Just looking at it and ignoring that, something doesn't quite feel correct here. And so we're going to go ahead and use this little formula that we've learned here. So let's go ahead and just first write down the information that we have. And so our foreground plate, I'm going to make a sticky note just to keep all this info in. Our foreground plate has a focal length of a 150 millimeter lens. I shot this on a pretty long lens, and it has a sensor size of 25.52 by 14.35. And so when you're filming, make sure you get the focal length written down and the type of camera, and then you can just look up online how big the sensor size is. And then we'll go ahead and type in our background plate. And the focal length here, well, what is it? Well, again, why I really love PhotoBash and will sing their praises is that each image in here tells you the camera and also the focal length that shot it. And so what I'm going to do here is just click this little link, and we have our image in here. So this is 133 millimeters. So I'm going to go ahead and type that in here, 133. And then our sensor size, if we go back to PhotoBash, we can see what camera they used. So let's just search for the sensor size. All right, and we have it written right here. Let's go ahead and copy that, and we'll paste it in here. Great. All right, so now we have all of the info that we need. And now we just need to use our handy formula, and we'll be able to know how much we should scale our background by. So let's go ahead and grab our little calculator here. So the first step is to divide our foreground sensor by our background sensor. So we'll do 25.53 divided by 35.9. All right, so that gives us 0.71. And then we need to multiply this by our background focal length. So we'll do times 133. All right, so that gives us 94.58. And now we need to do our focal length. I'm just going to go ahead and copy this. Let's just clear our calculator, and we'll do 150 divided by that value. And when we hit enter, we get 1.58. So this is how much we should scale our background. Now, I don't have that formula memorized at all. I have to kind of look it up every time I use it, but it's very handy to actually calculate the size of your background instead of just guessing. And that formula assumes that the resolutions horizontally between your two pieces of footage are the same. So let's go ahead, we'll make a transform, and 1.58 is what we want, 0.58. All right, already this feels so much better to me. Optically, it just feels like the compression is much more correct, and we probably could have gotten here by guessing. But again, it's very important to do things in a realistic manner when you have the information available to you. So then we can just kind of position this in a way that we think is nice. Again, we said the horizon line was kind of somewhere in here, and I think this is more than fine for what we need with a slap comp. And the very last thing I want to do, I mentioned we want this to have anamorphic characteristics, and oftentimes at the end of pipelines, you'll be delivering in a little bit of a cropped format. So let's go ahead and just make this a little bit thinner. And so we're going to do that right at the end. We're going to make a new format. So let's make a reformat node here. And then we'll click the output format. We'll hit new. Let's call this final output. And anamorphics have an aspect ratio of 2.35. And so we can just take this, copy, paste, divided by 2.35. And that will give us our approximate resolution. Let's just make this a whole pixel, 817. All right, we'll hit OK. And now we have our anamorphic kind of look. So let's go ahead and just full screen this and hit play. All right, great. I mean, for a slap comp, this is looking pretty good. Maybe something we want to do here is add a little bit of camera shake. We're going to use a gizmo to do that. It's called BM Camera Shake. This is one of the ones included with the Rebelway gizmo pack. And this has a bunch of different options for adding various shakes, jitters, floats to your camera. We're going to talk about this more later when we talk about getting realistic camera shake, but for now, let's just kind of turn off jitter and shake. We'll leave float at 0.5, and let's go ahead and play this and see what it looks like. All right, so we have some camera motion in here now. I think this rotation is a little bit crazy though. You can kind of see the edges coming in right there. So maybe something we can do here is just go into the float tab. Let's change this rotate to 2, and let's preview this again. All right, we have a little bit of camera shake. It's not final, but we have kind of all the major creative pieces in here to kind of present and be like, do you like the direction this is going? Are there any major changes that need to happen? And we were able to do this very quickly. It took maybe 15 or 20 minutes, and that could potentially save us hours and hours of work if someone's able to look at this and say they like it or don't right away. And so let's go ahead and start looking at more specific parts of this. In our next video, we're going to take a look at working on this little paint out that is in the middle of his helmet right here. We're going to remove this suspicious character who is reflecting in the lens, and we'll go ahead and see you in the next video. Thank you so much for listening, and I'll catch you in the next one. Hello there and welcome back. In this video, we're going to take a look at painting out a few unwanted objects in our footage. So let's go ahead and get started. So we have our little slap comp that we've created here, and when I full screen this and play it, we can see we have the cameraman in here. We have that little line that just makes this feel a little bit unnatural to me, and so I kind of just want to remove those two things. So let's go ahead and get started and take a look at that. So where do we want to put this? Well, there's really two spots. We could put it before or after the key. And we really kind of want to do it before because you'll kind of notice that the color's changing a little bit as I A/B it. If we're modifying the despill at all, we don't want to have to modify our paint out as well. And so we're going to go ahead and do that before our key. So I'm just going to give us a little bit of room right here. And before I really start to dive into any comp in Nuke, the first thing I like to do to my footage is reduce the noise in it. Because if we play it right here and kind of gain our viewer up a little bit, you'll see we have a little bit of chatter going on in the shadows. This is a pretty well exposed image in general, and so it's not too bad, but I still think it's something we want to remove and make just look a little bit nicer. And so we're going to go ahead and start removing that noise. And I'm going to do that with a node called Reduce Noise. This is a plugin by Neat Video, and it's the best denoiser in the game. I really can't compare it to anything else because it's so much better. If you want to download the demo of this or you have it, great. The demo just gives you a little bit of a watermark down here. But if you don't want to do either of those things, no big deal. I'm going to go ahead and give you guys the reduced noised plate so you can just load that in and kind of skip actually doing this step for yourself. But we still have to do it here, so let's go ahead and do it. So reduce noise is a pretty simple plugin. You just hit options here and it's going to open up this little window. And what you want to do is find a consistent color that's a little bit grainy. And so when we hit auto profile, we'll see that it's grabbed this patch right here. The quality is 73%. Anything above like 60% I think is pretty good. And so all we have to do is hit apply. And so now if we go in here and just kind of get our viewer a little bit brighter, you'll see all of our noise has gone away. And sometimes when you pick very bright areas like the back of the green screen, it won't catch the noise in the shadows, but it looks like in this case it has, so this is more than fine. So let's go ahead and write this out really quick because denoising is a little bit expensive and we want to pre-render wherever we can, so those expensive computations just go away and we're just reading in footage. So let's go ahead and go into this folder and we'll go into elements and let's go ahead and just make a new folder here and we can call this RBL 2 10 footage 1 RN for reduced noise version 1. I'm just going to select all of this and copy it and paste it in here. We'll do 5 pound signs for our frame padding and .exr. And then that will set up our right node. Scene linear is what we want. That's how we read in our footage, and our footage has been linearized already, so that's great. So let's go ahead and just render this guy out. All right, so that's done. Let's go ahead and select our right node. And when we do that and hit R, it'll open up the path that the right node has. So I'm just going to bring this in and we'll just A-B, make sure these are the same. Looks like they are. Great. And we'll connect our read node there. All right, so now this will play much, much faster than if we were processing just the denoise. And we can go ahead and get started with tracking in our paintout. So there's a couple different ways we could approach doing this. We could do the golden Cadillac and get a object track for the head, replace this in its entirety, kind of fake all of these kind of bits of grime, dirt, and dust on the lens, fake the distortion. But that's going to be a lot of work when we don't really need to replace the whole thing because we've kind of already established there's only a couple things we want to remove. And so we could track this helmet, but if you kind of scrub through this, you'll see the reflection is moving independently of the helmet. And that makes sense. As you kind of rotate around a mirror, it's not going to move like the 4/4. It's going to kind of vary based off of the reflection angle. And so what we want to do is get a track of the reflection itself so we can accurately put our paint out in. So we're just going to kind of track the cameraman right there. And this looks like it could be a little bit tricky to track because there's not a lot of contrast in here outside of kind of this main area. And so when it comes to tracks I think might be tricky, what I like to do is add a high pass filter. And so what a high pass will do, if we just view it right here, it's just going to significantly increase the contrast. Now we can see very clearly kind of the legs of the tripod, the legs of the person standing there as well. And it's just going to be a little bit easier to track. And again, to show how important denoising kind of is, you can see all the chatter that's kind of introduced on the noisy version of it. And so we're just going to go ahead and do it on that cleaner bit. And we could increase this blur size and it'll kind of increase the contrast And there's also this contrast amount that will do that, kind of self-explanatory. This is a really great tool because it's also, if you have a tricky green screen background where you can't seem to find any details to track on, this high pass filter will really get every last little wrinkle exposed so you can track it very, very easily. Even subtle things like this little dirt mark back here suddenly become a viable tracking marker with this high contrast. Again, it's important to make sure that you have denoised your footage when using this, because otherwise it can become very chattery very quickly. So now that we have our high pass made, let's go ahead and just make a 2D tracker node. No need to get too fancy for this. And let's just go ahead and start tracking. So we'll start on, let's just go ahead and start on frame 1017. Why not? We'll click here to create a new tracker. And I want to limit the pattern kind of to our guy right here, something like that. And let's just track backwards. But before we do that, because this is moving around kind of into these other areas here where it's kind of changing the pattern shape a little bit, what I like to do is always set adjust for luminance changes on. And this has, in my experience, just always made my track better. And so I like leaving that on, and let's go ahead and just track backwards. All right, I think that looks pretty good for the most part. It looks like our last 4 frames might slip a little bit up and to the left just based off of our stabilize. No big deal. Let's go ahead and clear our frames backwards right there. And let's just adjust our shape. I'm holding control so I can kind of scoot this up. I think it was catching too much of this bottom right. And let's just track backwards. Cool, so that looks more consistent to me. We're also zoomed in at like 500%. And so if it looks pretty good over here, it'll look really good when we're zoomed out at 100%. So let's just keep going here. All right, looking good. And he starts to leave the screen. And so we want to try to track him for as long as possible. And then I think right around maybe 1045, 1044 is when it starts to slip. So I'm going to go ahead and delete those keyframes that come after here and hold control, drag this over. I just want to kind of offset our tracker. I want it to stay linked here, but I want it to take information from this little patch that is right next to our character. So we're going to go ahead and track. All right, we can see it starts to drift. You're probably kind of catching on to the pattern of what we're going to do. We're going to track this area till it starts to slip right around 1054. Delete those. We're going to scoot over a little bit. Let's grab this kind of obvious cloud here. Let's see how far this will get us. Oops, that went really fast. All right, we got that. And we'll just delete. This is a death by 1,000 cuts track. We're just going to keep offsetting this until we kind of get everything. All right, this one might look a little slippy, so I might just kill that one prematurely. Let's go over here. This is a really nice contrast point. And again, holding control, I'm going to kind of drag it into this very contrasty corner here. Looks like it's tracking quite nicely through our distortion. Going to get rid of those. This may seem a little bit tedious, but it'll be worth it in the end. We're just going to go through and kind of do this by hand for our very last bits. And I don't think we need to keep tracking. Both of the things we want to remove are gone at this point, so I think we're kind of fine having this area here. And so what I want to do is check our work, make sure that the track is working correctly, and I'm going to do that with a stabilize. Let's go ahead and create that here and just pipe it into our footage. So I'm going to close the property so those kind of go away. And what we want to see here is we want to make sure that our reflection really isn't moving that much. We want it to be nice and consistent when our person is there and when our little ground texture at the bottom is here. And it's looking pretty stable to me. It seems like the track kind of hitches in these later frames, but again, doesn't really concern me too much because we're not replacing anything on those frames. And so I think this track is good enough for our patches. So let's go ahead and start our little paint out. Now, something we could do is we could freeze frame this, paint the character out, track it back in, and then kind of adjust for distortion. Because as we kind of look through here, we can see it's not exactly moving uniformly. It's kind of warping a little bit based on the lens. And we can also see there's a little bit of texture that's overgoing the character here as well. And so I think what we want to do here is actually just slide pieces of this footage over to cover our little cameraman here. So let's go ahead and do that. I'll make a transform match move. Let's just throw him over there. I'm going to go ahead and hit Alt-E to hide these wires. We can always bring them back if we have to. And let's just name this lens reflection match move. Well, right now we know what that is, should we need to make copies of them. And so what I want to do here is make a roto. Let's get our pesky tracking data out of the way. Make a merge. Pipe that guy in right here. And what I want to do here is draw a roto shape roughly over our character. All right, something like that seems decent. And then what I want to do is I actually want to use this as a mask to hold out our footage. So I'm just going to go ahead and set this to mask. Whatever alpha is in here, it will keep only that area of our footage. So when we look back here, all we have is that reflection. And then another thing I want to do while we're in here, you can change the bounding box to be just where our roto is by setting the B box to the intersection. So now this node is only going to calculate this tiny little box right here, instead of calculating this whole entire area. And so that's why we want to set this to intersection. It's just a little speed thing here. And let's go ahead and merge this back over. All right, just making dot nodes to keep ourselves organized. And we'll notice there's kind of a problem as we turn this off and on with the D key. It's making our reflection brighter. And that's because if we look at this alpha channel, we actually don't have an alpha. So let's just go ahead and make one quick. All we need to do is hit auto alpha. All right, great. And now we'll see we're exactly where we started. We don't have this brightening anymore. We have this little patch getting merged over our background. And so what I want to do is make a transform, and we'll pipe it in here. And I just want to kind of scoot this over a little bit and just grab a slightly different area of our background. And then maybe we can just scoot this up like 10 or 11 pixels. Something like this. It doesn't need to be perfect. Then we can go ahead and make some room here and just feather this out a little bit. Now we'll need to adjust our shape to make sure we don't get any leftover cameraman. So we'll just kind of scoot that out here a little bit. Scoot this out here. Let's just make sure we get every last little piece. And maybe we want to scoot this over even a little bit more, just to make sure all of those pieces are gone. And we want this to feel a little bit continuous. It doesn't need to be perfect because you can't really read what it is. You can still kind of feel this continuing down. And all we've done is just kind of shifted our footage over to cover our cameraman. Maybe we'll scoot this over a little bit more. And he's pretty much removed. I'm not too concerned about the lightening of our trees in the back here. And so I think we can go ahead and call this good. So let's just grab our stabilize and look at this, because a stabilize is the best way to track it. If anything slips, we'll know. And we can see right off the bat, this patch is sticking pretty well as we scrub through it. Obviously, we have a little bit of an issue here where our patch is going over our helmet, but that's easy enough to fix. Let's go ahead and work on that right now. So we'll go ahead and get out of it. And so what I want to do is make a matte that is just this reflection area. And there's a couple ways we could try to do that. We could try to use a keyer because this is a pretty dark background, but what I imagine will happen, and we can try this really quick. We'll just make a little bit of a keyer, and we'll try to key the blacks. So I'll set this to invert, go down, bring this up. And so what starts to happen, unfortunately, is we're going to catch the darkness of that shirt. And there's not really a way to grab one without the other. So unfortunately, the answer here is we're going to have to roto it. But the easiest way to roto footage is with a track and with a stabilize. So let's go ahead and make a slightly different track, because our reflection track will not work correctly, because remember, the reflection is moving independently of the rest of the helmet. Or maybe independently is technically the wrong way to phrase it, but it's not moving exactly like the helmet is. It's based on the helmet movement, but the result is very different from the helmet, if that makes sense. And so again, we could 3D track, object track this helmet, but that's pretty overkill. I think all we're going to need to do here is just do a little planar track on the helmet and we'll be fine. So let's do that. We'll just make a planar tracker. Nuke's handy little node. I just like having little branches like this for tracking. I try to keep them pretty close to the node that I'm tracking. So let's just pipe this guy in here. If you're not able to use this node, you do need to be in Nuke X to use it. So we don't want to track this protrusion of the helmet here, because as he rotates, it's not going to move on the exact same plane as the lens. So let's just kind of track this outer area right here. I'm going to select the planar track and draw the Bezier in it. We'll just do something like this. And I think this should work pretty well. It'll get a bit of the perspective as it's turning. This lens might overlap a little bit, but let's go ahead and see how it looks. So we're just going to track forward here and see how sticky this ends up being. So we can see as it turns here, it's probably going to have a little bit of a difficult time, but I think it should give us a good enough baseline to kind of go off of for our roto. So this looks like it's sticking fairly well so far. Let's make sure that we track backwards. So I'm going to go ahead and hit backwards. All right. So we have our little track right here. Go ahead and hit play. And it looks sticky enough for our purposes. Again, this doesn't need to be perfect. So let's go ahead into the tracking tab. We're going to go ahead and create a corner pin. All right, so we have this nice corner pin right here. And what we can do is, again, I kind of want to stabilize this. So let's connect this straight into our corner pin, but I want to invert the track because right now it's tracking, and the opposite of a track is a stabilize. So let's go ahead and do that. And if we play this, we can see some really funky things happening with the perspective, but it seems like our circle is staying relatively still. But this is definitely going to be easier than not using a track and stabilize. So let's just go ahead and roto this really quick. We'll make the roto node by hitting O. I'll turn my overlays on and hide this corner pin. And let's make an ellipse. We'll just kind of draw this here and squeeze it into place, just like that. And something that's good to do, I like setting my little frame jumper to 12 here. And so now that that is set to 12, when you use Shift plus the arrow keys, it's going to jump 12 frames at a time for us. And this is really handy. We'll just make sure that this is still aligned. We need to scoot it over a little bit, I think. Scoot it over a little bit again. Our track's not perfect. We didn't expect it to be, so that's all right. Scoot this up. Let's go back to the first frame here. All right. Good, good, good. And let's go back to 1042, 12 frames over. I know this is very exciting, but roto is a part of compositing, And unless you're able to outsource that, it's always going to be part of compositing. Thankfully, this isn't too difficult. And we'll just keep jumping every 12 frames, making sure that that works. Scoot this down a little bit here. And if we didn't do a corner pin track, we would have had to do a lot more with kind of skewing the perspective of this. And so it's helping us a lot here, so we only have to do small incremental movements. So now, since we've spaced this out by 12, what I like to do is grab one of our frames here. Let's go 6 frames over. And now these are the in-between spots in the keyframes, and you can just kind of make your small micro adjustments here if you need them. But it looks like it's sticking pretty well. Here, maybe we need to scoot it over a little bit. All right, cool. And if your midpoints are working, that's a decent enough sign that your track is sticking. We can go ahead and just play through this the whole time. All right, this looks sticky enough for me right now. So what we want to do is we can just grab this exact same corner pin and we'll undo the invert. And now we'll just put it after our roto. And so now if we merge this over, what we should see is a nice and sticky roto shape on our unstabilized footage. All right, there it is. Pretty cool. So we have that going for us there. And what we're going to want to do here is let's go ahead and just separate this out a little more. I'm going to hit Control-Shift-X just so that this tracking kind of stays independent of our paintwork right here. Alrighty. And what I'm going to do is we're going to take our footage right here, make a dot node. And what we're going to do here is we are going to set this merge to stencil. And what stencil is going to do is the opposite of what our mask node did here. This keeps where there's alpha, where this stencil here removes where alpha exists. So we've just kind of cut that hole out here. So we're going to be merging the original back on top. And so we'll just kind of scoot this up right here. And let's give this a quick playthrough. All right, this is starting to look much, much better already. We don't have as obvious of drifting as we did before. So pretty quickly, we were able to remove this man in the reflection. This is a kind of paint out that could take a really long time if you did it the wrong way, but we were able to remove this somewhat complicated man very quickly. So as I scoot forward here, it looks like in our last couple frames, our patch isn't perfectly accurate here, but that shouldn't be too difficult to fix. Maybe we have like 6 frames or so that we need to adjust. And so we can kind of see towards the end this little patch that we have when we transformed it over. We're actually seeing the bottom of the helmet kind of pop in here. And that's definitely not exactly what we want to see. So let's go ahead and try to fix that. And I think the best way to do that is with a freeze frame. So let's go ahead and go to frame 1006. It's only going to be 5 frames that it's frozen for, and so I think we're going to be able to get away with freeze framing those. So we'll go ahead and make a frame hold. I'm going to pipe that in here. We'll give ourselves a little bit more room. And then we'll make a switch node. So what we want to do is on frame 1006 will be on our input 0, then on 1005 we'll go to our input 1, which is our freeze frame. All right, great, but now we'll notice the issue is it's not tracking. Well, that makes sense because it's frozen. We're not shifting over moving footage. So let's go ahead and track it in. And the good thing is we've already done a track for this. We can actually copy and paste this match move and manually change the reference frame. The reference frame is in the tracker node, and it's telling you at what frame do you want your footage to not move at all. And right here, it's set to 1. We don't have a frame 1, so that really means the first frame where there's tracking data. And you can see that on our transform match move, it is not moving at all on frame 1. And so we want this to be at 0 on our frame hold at frame 1006, because otherwise, if we look right here, let me just kind of close everything out. If we copy and paste our match move, it's going to shift our footage, and we don't want that. Well, what you could do is copy and paste this tracker, pipe it in there just so we know, change the reference frame to 1006, and then create the match move. And let me just close everything here. When we pipe this in, that works too, but this is actually going to make our file a bit bigger than we want, because every single keyframe in Nuke is saved, and it slowly but surely increases your file size, and that will make your autosaves much slower. And why is autosaving fast important? Well, if you go to your Nuke preferences and look at our autosave here, you can see that Nuke is constantly autosaving in the background. Every 5 seconds when you're idle, every 30 seconds when you're working. And so if it takes 3 seconds to autosave, you're going to be losing out 6 seconds of every minute, and that's going to add up really quickly. It happens when you have very heavy roto nodes in your comp especially. And I'm definitely not saying that duplicating these trackers would make your comp unusably slow, but I'm saying it's these kind of things that we need to keep in mind when we're building our comps. What keyframes are getting saved? How big is the file? Because there will come a point where it makes it very, very difficult to work in Nuke efficiently. And knowing that it's that big file size and autosave is very, very important. So I try to keep my heavy keyframe nodes at a minimum. And so I just deleted that tracker and transform match move there. And let's go ahead and copy and paste this. Because remember, there's not actually any keyframes on this transform match move. All it's doing, I'm going to hit the equal sign. It's just linked to this tracker where all the keyframes are. So let's go ahead, pipe this in here. We can actually manually offset this to 0 our own way. And so what you want to do is let's go ahead and select this value, copy it. We'll hit the equal sign to go into the expression editor. And this expression is just linking it to our tracker. Let's put that in parentheses. And then we just need to do minus, and we'll paste in that value. And what you'll notice is we're going to get a number that is pretty much 0. In fact, right here, it shows us -0. It's technically like -0.000001, but for our purposes, that's 0. And we can do the exact same thing here. Let's go ahead and copy this number. We'll hit the equal sign, put this in parentheses, and do minus that value. And again, this is going to equal this out to 0. So we have essentially created our own custom reference frame, but we're using the exact same tracker node. And so now that this is in here, let's go ahead and make sure that this is tracking the entire time. And we can see the beginning of our script now does not have that little dark spot that we had earlier. If we were to go to the first frame here and turn off our switch, we could see that dark little spot right there. And so it's just a tiny thing that we did in order to get this to work a little bit more nicely. So now that we have our man removed, let's go ahead and focus on just softening this line a little bit. I don't think that will be too difficult. So what we can go ahead and do, I actually think I want to just work on this main branch right here. So let's go ahead and give ourselves even more room than we had before. Scoot this over. I'll scoot this guy up. Alrighty. So the first thing I probably want to try to do is just color correct it so it's a little bit brighter. I'll do that with a combo of roto and a keyer. So we'll just key this a little bit. Again, it's not going to be perfect, but that's why we have our roto. And let's change this and try to grab just that dark line. It doesn't need to be perfect. I feel like something like this isn't too bad. And then what we can go ahead and do, make a color correct right here. Pipe that in. Let's just go ahead and offset this a little. Maybe something like that. You can kind of see it's neutralized it here, but this whole thing is really flattened out. That's where our roto is going to come in. So I'm going to go ahead and just copy this transform match move. And we can also probably just copy this mask since it's already set up the way we know we like it. And let's throw this in here. We'll turn our color correct back on since this is masked off. Let's just make a roto with O. We'll just draw a little line right here. Something like that, I think. Again, this can be pretty subtle. Let's go ahead and just soften our mask a little bit. All right, looks like it needs to get adjusted down here. Something like that. Just trying to get rid of that little line. And when we look at this here, you can actually see this needs to be adjusted again. Maybe it needs to be a little bit bigger down here. Actually, maybe bigger wasn't the right answer. Something like that. Just trying to soften that a good deal. Let's look at our keyer, make sure that that's being grabbed. It is. It's potentially a little bit too blurry. Maybe I can reduce this to 5 and then reduce this offset a little bit. Go back and look at all of our roto that's over top. That'll make it the easiest to see. I think something like that is fine. And we could also probably just give this a little bit of a blur. Nothing too extreme, but just enough to kind of break up that harsh line that we're feeling right there. If we zoom out and turn this off and on, it's kind of doing what I want. Again, this is a pretty subtle effect. So let's go ahead and play through this and make sure that it's working. All right, so I think for the most part, this is working pretty well. We can kind of see, I think, as this is moving over, I feel like our blur might be grabbing a little bit of the edge of our mask here. Let's just take a look. Yeah, it's just kind of eating in a little bit there. That's fine. We can go ahead and just roto that really quickly to make sure that we're keeping this original mask edge. So we're going to do the same thing we did before. Let's just copy and paste this corner pin. It's always easier to roto plates that are already stabilized. So we'll invert this to stabilize it again, make another roto node. And let's just trace the outside of the lens this time. We only really need this inner corner. We may as well get the whole thing while we're in here as a starting point. And let's close this so we only show our roto keys. And we'll just kind of step through this a little bit. Something like that. Again, only super worried about the edge. And so this should track fairly well once we do these little adjustments because the motion will be a little bit more pronounced, but the general movement, I think, will be similar enough. All right. And now it's not intersecting our previous roto before, so we can be pretty fast and loose with this. All right, so this seems just accurate enough. Don't ever need to do more accurate work than required. And so let's just check our in-between points. And oops, the end here we didn't do. That's all right, that's why you check your own work. And let's just scoot this one over a little more. All right, cool. So we can just get rid of this corner pin. And we have this alpha here. And what we're gonna do is we want this to be the intersection of these two masks. And so all we need to do here, let's not output alpha, but let's pre-multiply our input alpha. So now we have this nice little intersection. If we look here, now our original lens is over top. So what we can go ahead and do, let's just preview this here. Make sure it's working. All right, cool. we got a nice little paint out in here, and we've removed that line a little. Let's go ahead and A-B our work. Pretty subtle, but I do think it really helps. So I think I'm good with calling this our paint out for right now. We'll take a closer look at it again later, but I think right now it's looking pretty good. So let's go ahead and just make a backdrop node. And I like having my paint outs be kind of a dark greenish color. So we'll do something, maybe a little something like this. Desaturate it some. We can just call this reflection paint out. I like to make my text bold. Let's go ahead and make this the border, and we can thicken that up some. Cool. It's actually so dark you can't even see it against the background. Maybe I'll just brighten it up then. And I think black text is hard to read, and so I always just select it all and make it white. And then we can copy and paste this here, just so that we're perfectly clear. We can call this our foreground roto. All right, perfect. So now that we have that done right here, in our next video, we're going to go ahead and take a look at our keys. Thank you so much for listening, and I'll catch you in the next one. Hello there and welcome back. In this video, we're going to take a look at keying our shot. We're going to talk about the different keying nodes in Nuke, the ones I really like to use. We're going to look at keying structure. We're going to do all of those fun things. So let's go ahead and hop right into it. So this is our shot as we left it at the end of our last video. We have our little paint out in here. I'm just going to go ahead and turn this off for now. We don't need it while we're working in our key. It's only going to slow our comp down, and we can make sure that we get rid of this transform stabilize as well. We don't need that to check our paint work anymore. And let's go ahead and start keying. So obviously we're going to want to expand this. We want our key to be a little bit more complicated than this one key light here. So I'm just going to delete that. And so when you're keying, there's a myriad of techniques you can use. There's a bit of different structures depending on the artist and how they kind of like to work. But what all of those different structures will have in mind is this concept of using core and edge keys. So let me just make some dot nodes. So no matter what you're keying, you're going to want to make sure that you have a really solid core, kind of represented in this dot node here. And you're also going to want to make sure that you have an edge key. So we'll just name this edge really quick. And what you're going to end up wanting to do is your edge is going to be your nice, soft, semi-transparent pixels around the thin edges of your footage. It's where the green screen is kind of blending in with your actor. And your core key is going to be the solid, opaque interior of your key where no background should be showing through. And so you always want to end up merging your core over your edge, so we can just kind of set this up preliminarily right here. And I've kind of set this up in a little bit of a weird way. Let's go ahead and just reorganize it so that it's a little bit more like this, because you always want your A over B pipes. So we're just going to be extra clear here. And let's just actually switch this around. All right, there we go. So let's get working on our edge key first. I'm going to go ahead and turn off this merge so we can just see this on its own. So what keyer should we use for this? Well, we could take a look at key light and see what that will get for us. Look at this right here, make sure it's in line. And as I hit control and I start sampling, if we look at the alpha and just kind of gamma this up a little, you'll see kind of no matter where we pick, I'm holding control and alt to sample the footage that's being fed into the key light. You'll notice that we can't really get a clean background. We can get kind of close. If we pick somewhere like up here, that's not too bad. But the thing is, to get this to be completely clean, you're going to have to start playing with your screen mat. And you're going to have to start contrasting up the edges. And so as we start to take this clip black up, you'll notice if we zoom in here,
we start to lose a little bit of that nice edge detail. And you really want to avoid doing that on your edge keys when at all possible, because as you start to mess with these, you start to mess with the delicate balance of the transparency of your edges, and you want to try to leave that alone as much as possible. And really, key light I don't use super often when it comes to set extension edges, because inevitably there's a little bit of variation in it back here. You can see, just if we gamma this down a little and then gain our viewer up, you can kind of see some of the contrast. You can see the wrinkles in the green screen, this dark line here. And when it comes to that, I really like using the IBK Gizmo and IBK Color. And so let's go ahead and make those really quick. Make the IBK Color. And so what we're going to do with this IBK Color is we're going to try to make a clean plate of our green screen. And so let's go ahead and change this to green. And we're not seeing anything here. And depending on your footage, this isn't necessarily uncommon. Oftentimes what you'll have to do is you'll have to kind of play with the darks and lights to find the right values for your screen. So this is looking better, and something you should always do is take the size down to 1, because what we want is a perfect representation of our green screen so that we can kind of find the difference between the green and our foreground. And that's what IBK tries to do. It essentially makes a green screen difference matte, so you can have varying colors of green picked throughout the frame. And so what we want to try to do here is get the most accurate green screen possible. And taking the size up is just blurring it, so we don't want that at all. And so what you end up doing is you kind of play with these darks and lights to see what ends up working for you and gets you the most clean result. And so these look a little bit blue to me, so I'm going to go ahead and try to grab a little bit more of those. These you'd kind of just have to play with. There's not necessarily a golden rule for getting them to work every time. We just kind of do this. I think that's working pretty well. And then typically what you would do is you would start to bring in this patch black. And as we kind of go up with this, that is giving us a nice filled green screen. And so we can go ahead, grab an IBK Gizmo. We'll pipe this in here, and we'll put our color pipe into the color gizmo. Take a look at it and make sure we are picking green. All right, so this has given us a key. If we gamma this up, we can see there's nothing in the background here. It's perfectly clean, and that's really what we're after. We're still getting these nice soft edges. And so this is a very common way of working, but there's actually a better way to do this than using just a flat IBK color, because as you start to crank this patch black really high, it does kind of start to blur your edges just a little bit. If we A/B with the footage here, maybe we can throw a high pass on just to see this in action. A high pass will make everything nice and clear. So I'll grab that and scoot it down. And so we can see that we're actually starting to kind of blur these outer areas a little bit. And we don't want that because that could eventually introduce chatter. So instead, there's a great technique that was made by Tony Lyons, and I actually have this YouTube clip up right here, where he talks about stacking IBK colors. It's this Compositing Mentor YouTube video. I highly, highly recommend it. But he essentially stacks colors on top of each other to kind of avoid this blurring right near your edges. That little blurring there is what we're trying to avoid. And so I've actually compiled that technique into a gizmo called the IBK Color Stack. And so this behaves just like an IBK color, except it will not blur the edges. So let's take a look at that. We can drag and drop these values in here so we have the exact same thing. We'll set our size to 1 right here. All right, and so if we pipe this into our background, what we want to do instead of using our patch black is we want to increase the stack number, and this will slowly start to erode in on itself. And now what we can do, instead of using the patch black, which is going to kind of blur this out a little bit, we can just erode in until this is nice and green for us. And it's very easy to tell if we still have some pixels left over. And now we have a clean plate. And down here, we're still missing a little. Let's just increase the stack number. You don't want to go straight up to 11 because each one you add will make this a little bit slower. Let's go ahead and do a comparison of our edges really quick. So here's our IBK color, and here's our IBK color stack. You'll notice we get a lot more detail in the edges with our color stack, and that's why we use it. We're trying to get the most accurate green screen here as possible. So I definitely recommend you use this wherever you can. So I'm going to go ahead and just delete that high pass. We don't need it anymore. And now we have our edge key nice and set up. All right. So this is the first step. If we look at our alpha here, it's semi-transparent. That's all right, because we're not trying to get this thick interior. That is what our core key is for. So let's go ahead and start working on that. I'll make a key light node. I do really like using key lights for cores. It works pretty well. You can use an IBK gizmo. We'll probably take a look at doing that next week. But for right now, let's go ahead and use our handy key light. So I'll just pick a color here, and we're just trying to get all of our interior. So we're going to go into our screen mat, and let's go ahead and slowly bring the clip black up just until the outside is gone. And the goal really is to do this as little as possible. And now we'll go ahead and bring our clip white down to make that really thick interior. That's looking pretty good. Looks like we may have a little bit of a spot here. So if we just take this up, got rid of that. All right, great. So this is looking pretty good. The best way to tell if you have a really good core key, though, is to go ahead and just throw an invert on here. And then if there are any holes in your footage, you'll see them very brightly here. And it looks like our core key is pretty solid, so not too concerned. If we really gamma our viewer up, we can see maybe there's a little bit of a hole right there. It's very subtle. That's why you kind of do this. There we go. Now we have a very solid core key. There are those two holes in our core key that you can see here and here, but those are actually supposed to be transparent. If you look at the footage, this is actually where there are holes in the costume and we see green shining through. So we can delete this. That invert is just to help us see those subtle differences because the human eye is much more attuned to changes in dark values than lights. And so let's go ahead and keep working. So if we look at this final result, we don't actually want to despill this image like this. What we want to do is just get the alpha. So we can change this to intermediate result, and that's going to keep the key alpha in here, but not apply it. And so now we can apply it on our own with a pre-mult, and now we have our original footage, but it's just cut out based on the alpha. And so when we merge this over, and we look at it over our footage, obviously this isn't quite what we want. If we turn this off and on, we can see that we're overwriting all of that nice edge key detail, and we don't want to do that. What you always want to do on your core key is you want to look at the alpha, and you just want to erode it in a little bit, maybe 3 pixels in this case, and then you want to soften it out. And this will just kind of help it blend to the edge of your edge key. And so now we can see it's just very softly going to the edge right there. There's still obviously some despill issues in here, but we're getting much closer. Our edges are starting to feel much, much better. So let's go ahead and despill our core key. We want a little more control than what the key light will give us. So let's go ahead and use a BM despill. This is a great node made by Ben McEwen, and it's just very handy for despilling. And you'll see right away it's taken the green out of our image. And I find that oftentimes despillers kind of overdo it. It turns the image very purple, and I try to balance that out a little. And to set this up properly, we first need to change our color space to linear, because this is linearized footage. Just want to make sure it's operating correctly. And we're despilling green. That's great. There are different algorithms you can kind of try to get different looks. I'm going to go ahead and just stick with the default average. And what we can do in this fine tune is we can actually adjust the color of our despilled area. And so what I think I want to do here is I want to add a little bit of blue to this. It will do like 0.58, something like that. And we could potentially brighten it up a little bit as well. We don't want to go too far though. So let's just go ahead and hit Control Z so we compare with where we had our despill before. And it already feels like it fits in this environment just a little bit more nicely. This helmet isn't reflecting some unknown red object. It is instead now reflecting kind of that nice bluer color. And so if you want to be really picky, maybe we want to maintain some of the jacket color that's down here a little bit more closely. So what we could do is just copy and paste this despill. Let's go ahead and look at it right here. Let's just reset this to 0, 0, 0. That's what its default is. And you can actually see the color that it is tinting our background when you just look at it on its own. And so I think this is all right. Maybe we can take the amount down a little bit in here. We can keep a little of that green. Let's go ahead and key mix it in. And if you're not familiar with key mix is going to go ahead and just blend between two pieces of footage. Where there's alpha in this mask input, it's going to show input A. And where there's not alpha, it's going to show input B. So if we just kind of look at this really quick, let's draw a line right across his shoulders, something like this. You can see our input A here where our mask is. So I'm just going to go ahead and feather this out a little bit, maybe like 200 pixels or so. Let's see what this looks like over our background. It's always important to see these things in context. And I think maybe this is a little bit too much of the original, so I'm just going to mix that down by half. And this is just restoring a little bit of that original color. And I think that looks pretty nice there. All right. So I think this is starting to look pretty good. Let's go ahead and full screen this, and we'll take a look at the first pass of our key. All right, so we have our first key playing in motion here. Let's go ahead and take a look a little bit more closely. So I'm noticing we have a little bit of a halo along the edge, especially over these dark areas. That's pretty common to see when it comes to having brighter green screens take place over darker backgrounds. You can kind of see it over here a little bit as well. It also looks like we have some core issues going on. We can kind of see some of that bright green screen happening inside of this little shoulder pad there that we'll need to clean up. Maybe a little bit of haloing around this helmet as well. And it also looks like the bright background may be eating into our helmet a little bit. So we're going to want to go ahead and fix that as well. So let's just go ahead and get started on addressing some of those notes. Well, for this kind of bleed that's happening into the helmet, that's a pretty easy fix. So when you start to get super bright backgrounds like this, they can kind of eat away at your key a little bit more than you want. And that's very easy to fix. What you're going to want to go ahead and do, instead of using a merge, you're going to want to make an add mix. An add mix is kind of a simplified merge that allows you to mess with semi-transparent areas a little bit more than your standard merge allows. And so if we take a look at this, we can go ahead and check pre-multiplied and nonlinear. And when we hit nonlinear, you'll see we're kind of eating away a little bit less at that helmet. And that is really what I was after. You can keep playing with these to try to thicken certain areas of your key. As we kind of go up and down with this, we can kind of see that happening. And it can get pretty dangerous really quickly and kind of mess up your edges if you go too far. I think that little adjustment ended up helping though, that little downswing. And so I think I'm fine with leaving that for now. Let's go ahead and just delete that merge and we'll use this. So we adjusted that nonlinear and this curve. And let's take a look at fixing the halo around the outside. Well, with the IBK Gizmo,
what you can do with it, I'm just going to scoot this over here, is we can actually pipe our background into the gizmo. So we'll just do that right here. I'll make a little dot node. And in the gizmo, we have some options here. Let's go ahead and use our background luminance and our background chroma. So this, I'm not sure it necessarily looks better because now it just looks darker. And what I'm wondering is if we just kind of reset where this was so it's perfectly straight. I think that was darkening it a little bit too much for me right there. So I think this is starting to look a little better. It's trying to use this background brightness to inform the brightness of these edges. But you'll notice as we turn it off and on, we still have a little bit of a problem on our edge right there. And that's caused by the despill. When IBK is despilling our edges, it's trying to compensate for the bright green screen behind it. And oftentimes the edges end up getting a little bit too dark. Now there's a couple different ways you could try to approach this. One way that works from time to time is you use a blacks match node. And like it sounds, the blacks match node tries to match the darkest parts of your footage to your sample area. So if we go ahead and control click here to sample, and we click under the helmet here, we can see that what this is going to try to do is brighten those edges up. We need to make sure we check pre-multiplied input, and we'll see it's just lifting those up a little bit for us there. We can kind of adjust this roll off to make it even brighter, and we can see that that is helping quite a bit. It's not perfect still, but it's definitely doing a better job than having nothing. Now this works sometimes, and what I often like to do instead is actually make a duplicate IBK gizmo, and we can pipe our foreground into here, our color into here. So what we want to do here, if we just look, we want to take off our screen subtraction. And so if we were to pipe this in, we'll see we have these really bright green edges. And we're going to go ahead and check off use background luminance and background chroma since we don't have anything piped in. And so now these edges are a little bit too bright, and these edges are a little bit too dark. And so oftentimes if you mix between these, you can get something that looks really, really nice. Now we are going to have to get rid of this nasty green edge there. Thankfully, we've already set up this despill with a little bit of a blue tint that we like. So we'll just paste that in there. Actually, let's see if the other one works better. Let's copy the one without the blue tint. And that one might lend itself a little bit better to the color of the coat. Let's go ahead and see what happens. So I'm just going to make a dissolve node so we can kind of mix between the two of these. And we'll pipe those in. Let's change this to maybe like 0.6 or so. And it's kind of just lightening those edges a little bit. Maybe I do want to go with this blue one. Let's see if that's any better. It is a little bit. Let's go ahead and pipe this background in. Maybe this will help us get rid of that bright edge right there. So I'm going to go ahead back into the gizmo, use background luminance and background chroma. And there we go. That's kind of what we were after. We're kind of getting a mix of the two of these, so it's not perfectly dark, but it's also not perfectly bright. And so that's our dark. This is our bright. And this is somewhere in between. And it's getting us most of the way there. If we zoom into 670%, we can still see that there's actually a little bit of a halo left around the bottom part of the frame. As we go up to the helmet, it's pretty much gone. Our little dissolve trick did wonders for the key up here, but the lower parts still have a little bit of a halo. So to fix that, we can go ahead and use another one of my favorite nodes, but first I want to organize this as best as I can. It starts getting a little tricky to not have crossing wires with IBK gizmos because there's so many inputs, but we're going to do our best to make this appear organized. Just do that really quick. All right, so we want to just fix this tiny, tiny little halo, and I love using the node Color Smear. And so if we pipe this in here it's going to get rid of that edge, but we'll also see it's kind of blurring this out a little bit too much. And what color smear likes to do is it will take a value of your input, it's going to kind of erode in, grab this pixel, and then smear it outwards. And you can kind of see that happening here. And so we want to kind of fiddle with this so it's only touching that outermost edge. And so let's go ahead and adjust this a little bit. So this is the amount of blurring that it's doing of your edge pixel. So let's go ahead and just take this down to like 3 and 3. And that's starting to feel okay. Let's change our pre-choke down to 1. That means I don't want to go as far in to find the pixel. And this is actually where it's going to decide how far to have our smearing go in. So we want this to maybe just be 1 pixel out or so. And that's just going to kind of soften up that little halo and make it look a little bit nicer. Maybe we can change this blur mask to 2. And the sharpness tries to restore some detail in there as well. And we can kind of see when we have turned this on, it's just kind of gotten rid of that very, very subtle halo. Maybe we need to actually go in a little bit more. I don't want to do too much here, just the right amount to get rid of that. Okay. I think I'm feeling pretty good about that, but you need to be careful. You don't want to just blanket apply this to your entire shot because you can start to kind of lose a little bit of detail in certain areas. Like here, I think this ridge should be a little bit darker. And so let's go ahead and make a mask of where we don't want this color smearing. And I'm just going to make that be for the top of the helmet right here. Just draw this shape. Something like this, I think. We'll just feather this out like 200 pixels. So now if I turn this off and on, it's not affecting this area at all. And as I'm zooming in, I feel like I went a little overkill on that blue. Maybe I just desaturate this a little bit. Maybe something like that. Yeah, just a little bit more natural of a color than I had previously. And this was that same blue as well, so I should copy and paste this just so we're nice and consistent. All right. So I think the last thing that we had on our little list of things to fix was this little core key issue here. And oftentimes when you're keying, when you make a core key on a tiny area, it's going to kind of form these globs here. And you don't really want that because when you pre-malt it, it kind of includes a little bit of this nastiness here. And so to fix this, we just need to pull another core key. And we'll need to do a little bit of garbage roto for that, but it's not going to be anything too bad. And so to make this as easy as possible, let's go ahead and look at our footage on its own. I just want to play through it and see what's overlapping and what's moving around. So we won't really need to do anything past frame 1070, I don't think. And just to make this a little bit easier on ourselves, let's go ahead, make a tracker. Why do more rotoscoping than you have to? We'll just throw this right here, add a track. Let's track this right there quickly. And we'll just go forward up to frame 1070-ish. All right, 1071. That was actually pretty close. Not too bad. And so what we can do now is make a transform match move. And we just want to come down here to our core. And let's try this with another key light. So what we can do is give ourselves more room. Always making ourselves more room to work. Some people like having very large node trees where everything's kind of spread out. I like to be a little bit in between, but when it comes to these classes, I try to keep as much compacted on the screen as possible so you can really see everything that's going on. And you just saw what happened there. You have to be careful when you're kind of moving these nodes around because they can accidentally hook into your viewer. I'm just going to disconnect that roto. And let's copy and paste this key light. Make some dot nodes right there. And let's throw a key mix between these. So before we start mixing, let's go ahead and just pipe this in. We're going to call this our shoulder fix. We can also be specific, left shoulder fix. And let's just go ahead and take a look at what it would take to get this to look correct. So I'm going to the key light. I'm going to reselect and pick one that's kind of like right in between here. And we really want to dig a nice big hole in this key, and we can probably dilate in a little bit further like that. Bring this in some. Maybe the clip white we can even relax off of. And then we can go ahead and see what this looks like over our background. Did that fix the problem? Let's A/B. So we can see it's gotten a little bit darker, but that edge issue is gone, and I think that is more than fine. I'm not too concerned. So let's go ahead, pipe in our key mix. Just make a quick little roto node that's going to cover the interior of this. Let me just kind of hide all of our other nodes so it's clearer. So we'll do something like that. Looks like I missed a point here. Scoot this up. Alrighty. So now if we A/B, we can just see we've punched out a little bit of that keyhole. And so as we kind of go through this, we can see that those are gone. I'm using Shift and the arrow keys to jump 12 frames at a time. And then as this goes away, we can start to just fade off this here. And now we have fixed our little core issue. All right, awesome. So with that fixed, let's go ahead and take a look at this. It looks like our bounding box is starting to get pretty big. Let's just go through and see what the cause of that is. So we keep going. It looks like that's actually because of our background. Let me just throw a quick crop back here. I want to keep things moving as efficiently as possible. So let's go ahead, look at our bottom node. I'm going to full screen this, and let's preview this and see how our key is looking. All right, we have it playing here, and I feel like this is looking pretty nice. Right now, nothing obvious is jumping out to me. We fixed a lot of those issues that we were looking at earlier. So I think that's where we're going to leave this video. We might tweak the key a little bit in our final review and tweaks videos, but for now I'm feeling pretty good about it. And so in our next video, we're going to go ahead and take a look at adding some more optical effects and getting our background to feel a little bit more like natural footage. And so thank you very much for listening, and we'll catch you in the next one. Hello there and welcome back. In this video, we're going to take a look at tweaking our background a little bit. We're going to try to get it to feel a little bit more optical overall. So let's go ahead and get started. This is where we left off at the end of our last video. We can go ahead and turn these on just so we don't accidentally forget when it comes to writing out our final image. And so let's go ahead and take a look at this background. So now that we have kind of our final-ish key, pretty near final key in here, I think I might want to tweak this background color just a little bit. So let's go ahead and go into the gamma. I'm wondering if this could potentially be just a little bit warmer compared to the side of our character here. So let's just go ahead and maybe tint this. It doesn't need to be much. This is pretty delicate. Like negative 0.22, and that seems to be the only adjustments we need to make. Let's just undo that and redo it. So that was very subtle, but I think it kind of fits with his overall coloration a little bit more nicely. So that's a good thing. Next thing I want to do is work on our defocus. This defocus node isn't too bad, but I think we can get this to look a little bit nicer. And to do that, I'm actually going to end up using real bokeh shapes to get this to feel more realistic. So let's go ahead and just keep this off to the side. I'm going to hit Control-Shift-X to remove it from the stream. And we're going to need two things here. The first thing we're going to need is our bokeh image. So let's just hit R, and in the class content, I'm going to go ahead and grab this onion ring. All right, cool. And this just has 4 bokeh shapes in here for us. I'm going to go ahead and grab this guy. And so let's roto this out. This should be pretty straightforward. It is just a sphere after all. You can hold shift when dragging your roto shape to have it be perfect. So something like that. And we'll just get this nice and close. Something like that, I think, is looking pretty good. And now we can go ahead and just throw a pre-mult after this. That's looking nice. Maybe we can just feather out our edge a little bit so we get that nice little green ring on the outside. Sweet. So then the next thing we want to do is we want to center this up in our format. And let's just go ahead and make this format size a little bit smaller while we're in here. We can change this to be a 256 pixel by 256 pixel box. Cool. Let's not resize this. And now what we want to do is we want to put this in the dead center. So I find that an easy way to do that. So we can take this little transform node here. Let's just plop it right in the dead center of our ring. And so that's where the center is. And what we want to do here is we can just take this value and do minus that value. Copy this, minus that value. And this is going to put us perfectly at the 0, 0 pixel in this corner. And now, since we know this is 256 by 256, let's just go ahead and add 128, which is half of 256. And that'll put this perfectly in our center point. So we can go ahead and just throw a crop after that. All right, so we have isolated our bokeh element here. So how do we use it to defocus this background? Well, what we can do is we can use the convolve node. And a convolve is very cool. What you do is you throw this filter input right here, and it's going to use that to blur your background out. And so there's not a lot of inputs in convolve. And so how you actually control the bokeh size is by scaling your object here. And since we have this perfectly in the middle, if we hit T right after our crop, it will place our pivot point dead in the middle, and we can use the scale to increase and decrease our bokeh amount. So let's go ahead and just decrease this some. And now we should be seeing all the nice details of our bokeh element here, but it looks like we aren't. And to confirm that, let's really quick just give ourselves a little bit of a guide. And so I'm going to make a roto paint right here, and we'll pick the brush. Let's make this color insanely bright. We'll give it a value of 100. And then I'm going to hold shift and drag down to make this very small. So let's just click right here. All right. So we have one incredibly bright point that is getting blurred out. That's kind of revealing this shape. And we're not seeing our detail because our convolve is set to use RGBA.alpha. And what we want to do instead is check use input channels. And that will use the red, green, blue, whatever channels are in our first input here, it will use in our second input. So now we have that nice little shape in here, and our bokeh should look a little bit more realistic than it did previously. We're just getting some little details in here, and I think we could potentially take this even further. So let me make a color correct here. What would happen if we were to contrast this up, maybe gamma it down a little bit? We're just starting to get a little bit more texture and detail in our bokeh shape. Let's compare that with what we had right here. We'll just A-B really quick. Obviously, these sizes are a little different. Let's bring this back down to where we had it before, just so that we're being kind of consistent. Something like this, maybe even a little further. And you can just see this feels a little bit more organic. It has a bit of a sharper edge to it. There's a little bit of texture, and I just kind of really like the way that this is looking. And something I really like doing, I'm going to go ahead and delete this roto paint and defocus. Let's take a look at our shape right here and our final comp. All right, so this is looking better. And since this is an anamorphic shot, the bokeh, if we remember from our lens lesson, is going to be more of an oval shape than a perfectly round. Let's go ahead and bring in some reference here. I have this little anamorphic clip that I found online, and you can see just how round these are. And so let's go ahead and just adjust this. All we need to do, again, we'll make a transform node right here, and we will scale the width down to maybe like 0.6. Let's go ahead and put this before our scaling up and down. And we can call this our aspect ratio. It's always good to label things so it's clear. And we'll call this our defocus amount. All right, so we have this handy little convolve now. It's making our background feel much more organic than we had previously. I do like the way that looks. Maybe we can increase the defocus amount a little bit. Know that it's an oval. Something like that, I think, looks pretty good. And something that's really common and that feels very, very natural is to have nice little bright bokeh pops in the background. And if we look right here, we can see we're getting some, a little bit here, a little bit here, but it's always nicer just to get a little bit more popping so it feels a little bit more cinematic. And so what we can do is we can go ahead and look at our background plate. We'll throw a keyer on, and let's just go ahead and try to grab some areas of our footage to pop our bokeh. So I think I'm going to want to do it on this mountain here, maybe the grass we can do a little bit. So we'll just crank this to get it nice and contrasty. We don't want to be grabbing everything, just kind of the brightest points. We're probably going to end up fiddling with this a little later. And then what we can do, I'll scoot this over, is I'll make a merge, connect a roto shape here. Let's go ahead in here and just kind of draw out our rough mountain shape. Alrighty, something like this. And you'll notice our alpha is extending beyond our roto shape. And that's because our little clip 2 is set to format. And what that means is this roto only wants to use pixels that are within our project format size right here, this 1920 by 1080 box in this corner. Everything else is going to stretch out. And to fix that, very simple, just change your clip 2 to no clip, and now it is behaving as expected. So now we can change this to mask, set our B box to intersect, just so it's a little bit faster. And we can pipe this in to a fresh color correct. So let's go ahead, go down so we can see this in context. And let's start tweaking this. So we'll grab our color correct here. Let's just gain our background up a little bit. And you can start to see we're introducing some very nice highlight pops. Maybe we can gamma this up a little as well. There's no rule or reason to this, just kind of do what looks nice and organic. I do think what we have down here is probably a little bit too much. No problem. We can go ahead and just draw another roto shape pretty quickly down here. And if we go into this shape tab and set the color to 0, it will kind of block out this area. And what I like to do with these kind of subtractive masks is make the roto shape black or just a different color. Maybe we can do like a dark blue or purple so we can still see it. Something like this, something just to differentiate it so that we know it's not adding, but it's rather taking away. So we can kind of do little bits and pieces. Maybe we can add a small little mask here so these areas pop. Again, this is where you kind of have to art direct what you want a little bit. Let's just turn this off and on, and you can see the nice little pops that we're starting to get. So again, we can just kind of art direct where exactly we want those to start happening, because you don't want it to be super consistent. You just kind of have to break it up and make it feel a little bit organic. All right, so we can see it off and on here. Just some nice little highlights for us. And I wonder if we could also potentially maybe just draw a little mask right up here to get this one really bright. Maybe that's a little too much. But if it's too much, no big deal. We can just dial down the opacity. I just like seeing bright hits like that. And so now we just have this tasteful, bright background with a little bit more defocus in it. And so the next thing I want to do is add a little bit of light wrap and glow to this shot. And to do that, I'm actually going to go down to here, and I'm going to use a true exponential blur. And this will try to glow your image out in a very natural, organic way. We want to go ahead and start to really crank our radius up, something like this, and it's going to make an organic glow for us. But you don't want your entire image to be glowing. We don't want these super bright areas glowing. And so what I want to do here is just throw a keyer node. And you can probably guess what we're going to do, but we're just going to try to key the highlights, those key areas that we want to kind of glow out. So we'll do something like this, pre-mult it. And now we have a little glow pass here, and we can go ahead and merge this over. And what we'll do is we'll set it to plus. And now we have a nice little glow mat. And this is potentially a bit too much. You'll notice it's also kind of brightening the sky. I think that's something I kind of wanted to do anyways, just looking at the intensity of the brightness on the top of his helmet there. If we don't want this brightness increase, we could always just keep our merge operation set to over, but I think for the most part this is working for me. Maybe we can go ahead and take this down to maybe like 0.5. We're following the Gloden Rule, as it were, just trying to make sure that we're not overdoing it. And it's just a subtle amount of light wrap. If someone didn't really tell you it was in there, you probably wouldn't notice it. And that's a good kind of rule of thumb and benchmark for success when it comes to glow. So we have some natural glow in here. We can go ahead and just make some room. Scoot these down as well, give ourselves a dot node. Just try to keep everything kind of separate and organized. So here is our shot right now, and I feel like this is starting to look pretty good, and it's time for a render. And so what I want to do here is we'll just make a right node, and we can go ahead and output this to a new render folder. We'll do rend, and we can just call this RBL2.010 version 1. And we'll just render this out as an image sequence. It's always better to do that for longer renders, just in case it crashes, then you don't lose all your progress. And we'll just do .exr right here. And so we'll go ahead and hit render here. You'll notice it's going suspiciously fast, and you can never trust a fast render. That almost always means that something's wrong. We need to make sure we check create directories. And this will just make sure that any folders that are in our file path that don't exist already are automatically created when we hit render. And while we're here, we may as well make sure that everything else is turned on. It looks like it is, and actually looking at this is feeling a little unorganized to me. So before we hit that, let's go ahead and copy and paste. And actually, here's a trick you can do. While you're rendering, we have create directories on now. Let's go ahead and just start processing this. You can actually start to kind of organize your script while you're rendering and just make these sections very clear. So I'm going to go ahead and just call this core. May as well organize while you're unable to work. So I'm just going to keep making these backdrops as we're rendering. You don't need to see all of that. You kind of know how that process works. So once this render is complete, we'll go ahead and in our next video, open it up, give it a quick self-review, and give ourselves our final round of notes. So thank you very much for listening, and I'll catch you in the next one. Hello there and welcome back. In this video, we're going to take a look at self-reviewing our own shot. We're going to see what we need to tweak to bring this to final. We're going to kind of go through how we review shots. So let's go ahead and get started. Alrighty, so this is where we left off at the end of the last video. I just added a couple backdrops down here and I've went ahead and brought in this render. And so before we start taking a look at this in detail, I have actually created a LUT for this shot because this sRGB viewer is great to view this just kind of as a baseline contrasted up viewer, but it's not how this shot is going to end up being colored. And we want to make sure that our work looks correct in multiple different color spaces, whether you color this very warm or blue or green or just kind of flat like this. You want to make sure that your comp looks good, because if it looks off in any one of those colorings, that means that our work isn't 100% accurate. So we know in this instance that we want to tint this a little blue, and I've made a little LUT for us here. In general, when working on productions, they should provide you with a LUT that will be a rough approximation of the final color of that shot. And so that's what we have here. We have this LUT that we can bring in. Obviously, this doesn't quite look correct, and that's because this LUT doesn't need any additional viewer color over it. This panel controls our viewer color space, so let's just change this to raw. And raw essentially means don't do anything to my viewer. Whatever I'm looking at, show it to me as if I'm looking at it in a photo viewer, VLC, QuickTime. Those will all potentially have a little bit of gamma shifts, but that's getting a little bit too detailed. If we were to render our image out in linear, this is exactly what it would look like. So now we have our LUT loaded in here. Let's just full screen this and we will hit play and preview it. So while this is previewing, I want to talk a little bit about reviewing shots. I've actually intentionally left out a couple of compositing fundamental steps in here to make this shot final. And so what I want you to do, if you've been following along with these videos, is I want you to pause this and look at the shot on your own and think about what we can do to make this more realistic, to fix things that we may have missed, and then you can kind of compare your list with what we have here. So what do we need to do further to this? So let's just go ahead and walk through our compositing fundamentals. Tracking. Well, the shot was static. We don't really need to do any tracking in here. Levels. I think we've color corrected this pretty well. I like how the background is sitting with the foreground. Grain. This is a step that we have missed entirely. We haven't added any grain into this, so that's something we're definitely going to need to take a look at. And then up next is defocus. Now, I think our defocus looks pretty good, but I feel like there's a couple adjustments to it that we could do to make this look even more realistic, because we didn't really look at any reference when we created our defocused background. So we'll go ahead and do that. And then as far as lens effects, we can also look into maybe a little bit of chromatic aberration, maybe a little bit of lensing blur on the top and bottom of our frame, and we can kind of see what that will look like. Perspective, I think our perspective looks really nice. Lighting, we made sure that that was correct right when we looked at it. And of course, edge detail. So let's go ahead and check our edges out in particular. We'll kind of just zoom in here. So I feel like for the most part, this is looking pretty good. Let's just kind of scrub through this. And you can kind of see the edge of the hand get a little bit darker as the shoulder moves behind it. So I think that's something we can go ahead and fix. And you just kind of want to play the footage and just kind of look at the edges throughout. I think this is looking pretty nice. This is nice and bright. That's looking pretty good. Let's go ahead and just sample this back here. So this is at about, what are we? 0.82 luminance. And our background is actually a little bit darker than this white here. So we're going to want to pump up the brightness of our background as well, because there's no way that our bright sky is darker than this kind of white reflection of that sky. We'll keep looking at the edges here. I think this is looking pretty good. This is looking pretty good. So if we look right here, we'll see there's some kind of bright pops, and that's caused by our core key. And so we can see a little bit on that there. So that's something we can clean up as well. So a couple little things to clean up on our key. Maybe this gets a little bit dark when it's over our background there too. And we can go ahead and look into fixing that in our next video. And so we've kind of went through our fundamental steps. Let's look at this creatively a little bit and ask, how can we make this more interesting? Maybe this background spot here, because remember we popped these highlights. I wonder if we can make the top of this pop a little more, because you can kind of tell actually that we have a rough mask here where this stuff is popping a little, but the very top of this mountain is kind of strangely flat. I think that would help. I think that adding a little bit of camera shake as well to this, that's based on something a little more realistic than the arbitrary thing we did, will help as well, because it feels a little floaty potentially. It's very hard to get fake camera shake to kind of feel organic, because honestly, oftentimes what you'll end up seeing is people will just use a series of noises layered on top of each other, and while this can look pretty decent, it doesn't quite add the weight and feel of a real camera. So we can go ahead and look into ways to extract that data from other shots and kind of add real camera motion to this one as well. And I think that's probably what we want to do here. And something we can also take a look at, if we want to give this a more filmic approach when we look at it with grain, we can actually use real film grain to apply to this. I think that would give it kind of a nice cinematic look. And of course, this is all just based on the style of what you want to do. So we'll probably take a look at doing this multiple ways. We'll take a look at applying the original grain back in here. We'll apply some film grain back in here, and we'll kind of look at various ways to do that. So I think that is what we need to do. And of course, with camera shake, I should make sure to mention here that we don't want any of these black lines that are popping into the side of frame. That's definitely a very big no-no. And so we've kind of watched through like that. We can go ahead and set this to sRGB, and this will just make sure that nothing looks weird in this. I think the color is looking pretty consistent here as well. And that's what we're after. It's always good to look at your shots in multiple different color spaces when you're reviewing to see if anything new pops up. And I don't think I see anything. I want to check this hole in the helmet. Maybe it's up here actually. As we're turning, are there any pops? Nope, not seeing any pops in there. I know there's a little bit of green screen that will show through there. So yeah, that's looking pretty good. And finally, let's look at this in a log view. And what looking at it in a log view will do is you'll make sure there's no super blacks in your image, because oftentimes, especially when you're compositing with CG, it's very easy to get very, 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 very dark values that are way darker than the value of your plate. And I'm not seeing any in here. This is just kind of a good litmus test to make sure nothing's too bright or too dark. So we kind of have a list of notes for ourselves. There's a lot of them to get through, but I don't think any one of them individually is too tricky. So in our next video, we'll go ahead and take a look at starting to address some of these notes. So thank you very much for listening, and I'll catch you in the next one. Hello there, and welcome back. In this video, we're going to take a look at addressing some of the notes we just talked about and bringing this shot into a final form. So let's go ahead and get started. All right, so I have a list of notes that we kind of talked about in our last video, and we're just going to go ahead and move them from to address as we get them going. This is a great way to keep track of everything you're trying to do in your script. And if you're wondering how these are left aligned, because by default everything is centered, all you need to do is do this left caret, then type in left, and then the right caret, and that's just going to make everything left aligned. And so I like doing that on my sticky notes just because it's a little bit easier to read. So let's go ahead and get started with some of these. So the first is adjust the background defocus highlights. All right, so that shouldn't be too difficult. That note is about trying to make this one feel a little more continuous. And so let's go ahead and take a look at our roto shape. Because we do want to adjust this, we can see it's not exactly aligned with the mountain right here. And we could go ahead, start clicking and dragging, but that would actually be a mistake. And why is that? Well, you may or may not know that the roto shapes will keyframe automatically by default in Nuke. So if I were to move this, it's going to animate over time back to its original position. It's a really annoying thing that will catch me even by surprise a lot of the time. It makes things harder to work really when you're trying to just set things for one singular frame. So, what's the solution to that? Well, you could just always be aware of the roto keyframes and just every time you adjust it, make sure you go to the frame where the keyframe is and move that. But nobody's perfect. You're going to forget to do that. And so, what I like to do is actually adjust my Nuke preferences. And so, let's go ahead. We'll go into Edit, Preferences. And what you want to do is go to our nodes and let's just turn off Auto Key Roto Shapes. So, now what's going to happen if we were to make any new roto node, when we draw this, we actually don't have any keyframes. Let me just go ahead and delete this other roto node so it's not confusing. But you can see we can move this on any frame now, and it's not gonna give us issues. And what happens if we do need to animate this? Well, we can still add a keyframe here. And what it's going to do actually is automatically lock. It's not going to let us move this unless you turn on auto key. So then just for this one roto node where it's turned on, we can now have an animated mask. And so it's much easier to do this and turn it on when you need animated masks than to always catch yourself trying to find the right keyframe when it automatically adds keys. So what we want to do here is just let's go into these and kind of convert this to our new setup. So we'll go to the spline key, delete it. Let's turn off auto key. We'll go here as well. Let's just delete the keyframes on all of these rotos that we've made. And so now we can feel free to move them on any frame, and we know they're not going to animate. So that's definitely a way I prefer to work. Some people may feel differently, but I think it saves you much more often than it hurts you, because no matter how good you get, honestly, you're going to kind of forget about those keyframes from time to time, and then you'll notice in your render something is moving when it shouldn't be. So let's go ahead and just compare this new shape now. You can see we've just added a couple little highlights up here. It still doesn't quite feel continuous. There's a little bit of a dark spot right here. So let's just go in here perhaps, and maybe we can just brighten some of these areas up a little bit more. So all we need to do here, just make another color correct, give ourselves a little bit of room. And we can go ahead and just make a new mask where we're just going to pump up these areas right here specifically even more. So it doesn't need to be anything too fancy. We'll set this to mask and intersect. And let's just take this maybe to like 3. We'll make sure that this is doing something. Looks like that it's not. And why is that? And that's because our clip 2 is set to format. You always want to check your work, make sure that everything is working as expected, because sometimes there's little gotchas like that when you're working. So we'll just go ahead and keep this a little bit cleaner. I'll go down here, just making that area a little bit brighter even. Let's compare to what we had. This was before. This is after, and that's kind of doing what I want. I just want that top to feel a little bit more continuous. Maybe you wouldn't note that if you didn't know exactly where our mask was, but we did, so we may as well do it. So the next thing we want to adjust is the background brightness. So if we sample right here, I just held Control, Shift, and dragged to get this big sample window. And we're at a luminance value of like 0.98. Let's go over here, and you can see that's just kind of brighter than our sky. So we can go ahead and just make our sky a little bit brighter overall. And that should be pretty easy to do. Let's just make a keyer really quickly and plug this guy in, organize it with some dot nodes. And let's go ahead and just grab the sky with this one. Do something like that. If we grab some of the snow, I'm not too concerned about that really, just really aiming for the sky. All right. And let's go ahead, make a color correct. And you'll notice that we've plugged all of our Luma keyers into the original footage. And why are we doing that instead of maybe down here? Well, you can actually see the reason why. When we moved it down here, it populated with a whole bunch of new areas. And if we tweak this color correct, we don't want to have to tweak our Luma keys as well. And so that's why we've kind of organized it like this. Anyways, let's move on. I'll just make this final dot right here. And what we want to do, we'll look at the bottom. We just want to gamma up our sky. We'll clear that right there. And we just want to go ahead and make this a little bit brighter. Something like that, I think. Let's turn this off and on. So it's subtle, but this lines up a little bit closer with what this metallic part is reflecting, and just kind of sits a little bit nicer overall. All right, so we've hit 2 of our notes. That was pretty easy. Let's go ahead and just cut these 2. And we'll move them over to our addressed. And next we want to do is add some anamorphic lensing, maybe some chromatic aberration, and kind of see what that looks like. So what does that mean? What do we mean by anamorphic lensing? Well, to understand this really, let's go ahead and bring in some reference. So what I have here is some reference. This was shot on an anamorphic lens. I actually found this from the great Share Grid lens tests. You can kind of browse through this and they'll have a bunch of test footage using a variety of anamorphic lenses. So you can kind of pick what you want to get the look. I ended up going with these Elite anamorphics. They have some lens grids if you ever need to undistort them. And if you download their little TIFFs and bokeh charts, you can actually see the test footage that they shot. So I went ahead and grabbed their 100mm test still right here. And we can see a lot of interesting characteristics. We can kind of see this cat eye effect, and we can notice there's a little bit of chromatic aberration happening on the edges of the bokeh. And so let's take a look at kind of matching both of these a little bit more closely. Because I think while our current defocus looks pretty good, I think we could get it to look better. And so what I want to actually do here is let's just make a little test environment. So I'm going to go ahead and make a reformat node right here. And this is just going to bring it to our comp size. And I'm going to make a grid really quick. And what I want to do is using a convolve, I want to see what our current defocus looks like. And so with this grid, I want to create a series of dots. And we can do that pretty easily. Let's go ahead and just blur this out, maybe 5 pixels. And then what we can do is with a grade, we have kind of hot spots now where these intersect. And so all we need to do is adjust our RGBA channels. And let's just take our black point up, maybe to 0.3. We can take our white point down. And now we just have a series of dots that we can use to defocus. And if we look at this here, we can see how this is working. We have a little bit of a barrier there just because that's the edge of the grid. Easy enough, we'll just scale this up a little bit. And now we have a nice, easily adjustable test grid. So let's just merge this over our footage. Accidentally got into the green channel mode. We don't need that necessarily. And if we want to add more defocus bubbles, all we need to do is in our number, just increase the size a little. And let's take the grade down just a bit so they're not so intense. Something like this. So we have this nice example of what our current bokeh setup looks like, but you'll notice there's a little bit of chromatic aberration on the edge of these practical bokehs, and we'll also notice there's a little bit more of a football shape to the side. We're actually kind of cutting off the top of this a little bit, and so let's go ahead and see if we can replicate that. So we actually want to try to use a different node. Let's go ahead and use a magic defocus. And we can pipe this in and just merge it over and see what this looks like. So Magic Defocus has a couple of really cool options in it. If we up our size here, we can see just what we're getting currently. And so the first thing we're going to want to adjust in here is we're going to want to use our filter shape. And let's go ahead and ignore our aspect ratio and defocus amount. We'll pipe this guy in and we'll set this to use our image. And now we have our flat bokeh image in here, and we can change our aspect ratio to 0.5 to get that nice long shape and try to make this match the background. Now, one of the reasons I really like this plugin is there's this non-uniform tab. And what this non-uniform tab will do, if we enable it, you'll see it starts to eat in a little bit to the side of our bokeh to give us that kind of cat eye look. And so if we take a look over here, we can see it's making it just a little bit skinnier, a little thinner. If we up this, we can start to get a little bit closer to what these shapes actually are. And you'll notice there's potentially a little bit of artifacting on this, but if we change our quality to highest, it'll just get a little bit smoother. And now this matches even more closely what we see in the plate. This is going to be a little bit slower to render, but we can go ahead and pre-render this so we don't have to process it every time we preview our shot when we're working. And so this is looking pretty nice already. Let's go ahead and compare it to our convolved, and we're just already getting a little bit more of an organic shape. And so we have that in there. And now we want to try to slice off a little bit of the top, and we're going to do that with Enable Barn Doors. And Enable Barn Doors, they're really matte boxes. Let's go ahead and just find a picture really quick. I'll just go type camera matte box. And you can kind of see what it's adjusting here. It's this big box on the edges of cameras, and as you kind of scoot these up or down, it can actually influence the bokeh shape. And so that's what we're here to adjust. Let's turn it off on the width entirely. Oh, not 8. And let's just start upping our height and see what that will get us. It's going to be a little slow to preview, but you can see we're just starting to kind of clip the tops of this off a little bit, and we're just getting closer and closer to this shape. Let's go ahead and see if we play with the softness, is that going to kind of ease into it a little bit more? It does a little. You'll kind of notice a little bit of mirroring happening at the top, but that's also kind of happening on some of these bokeh shapes, so I don't think that's necessarily the worst thing. So I feel like this is looking pretty darn close. Close enough. It's not ever going to be exact, but we're just here to try to do our best as far as accuracy, try to replicate this as closely as possible. And what we want to do now, let's just take a look and see what this looks like. We'll copy and paste this, filter, image. Let's take a look at what this looks like compared to our previous. We'll take a second to calculate. And we're just getting a little bit more of a natural shape to it. But what we want to adjust is not only the shape of our bokeh, we also talked about wanting a little bit of that chromatic aberration on the edge. And that shouldn't be too difficult to do. And this can be pretty simple. We can just make a little bit of an edge detect here. And when we look at the alpha, and detect the alpha channel, we can kind of get a little bit of a ring where our edge is. We can go ahead and add a color correct right here, pipe this in, and what would happen if we would just kind of super saturate this edge a little? Maybe what we can do is look here and erode this, make it a little bit bigger. Now we have that really bright green edge. Let's take a look at what this does to our bokeh shape. And you can see we've added that. It's a little crazy right now. Maybe what we want to do is desaturate this overall right there. And then what we can do here is we can just give it a little bit of a blue tint. Maybe we'll do like 0.5. Let's take a look at how that works. Add a little green into it as well. Let's just kind of up our saturation. And this can be pretty subtle. It's already probably too much. Maybe we can change this size to -3. We just want that little edge tint right there. And so now if we pipe this into our magic defocus, we should see a really subtle little coloration on the edge. If we compare that to with no color, you could say it's almost too subtle. Let's maybe just expand this so we can see it and feel it a little more. There, it's just a little bit of a blue tint. You can especially see it on the mountainside right here, and I think that's all it needs to be. This may not perfectly match our reference right here, but this is also using a perfect grid of tiny defocused dots, where this magic defocus is not going to be quite as sharp, and so the colors aren't going to bleed through. So I think it's fine that we cheated this up a little bit. So we have that defocus fixed. Let's go ahead. We'll just get rid of our convolve right here, and we'll pipe that in, use this instead. Let's just get rid of our test environment. Don't need that anymore. But I do want to keep this reference right here, because the next thing I want to take a look at is the kind of lensing sharpness of the edge of this image. So if we full screen this here, we just hide my overlays. If you look at the bottom of frame, it's actually a little bit softer than the top right here. If you kind of look at some of these hairs, the amount of detail you can see it's just a little bit blurrier towards the edge of frame. And how do you kind of tell how sharp something is? Well, there's a little bit of a trick we can do here. Let's go ahead and blur our footage out. Maybe we'll do 5 pixels. And let's go ahead, make a merge node and set this to from. And if we start to brighten this up a little bit, this is going to extract all of our edge detail. And you can kind of see how bright the details are in the hair and the face, kind of in this part of the frame. And it almost feels like it gets a little bit darker as we start going to the bottom here. And so what we want to do is we want to try to sharpen this image up so we have kind of a neutral baseline. So you see when I add the sharpen, everything gets much brighter. And let's go ahead and just denoise this actually. We don't want any noise introduced to this kind of skewing our results. And so what we're going to try to do is make a equally sharp image. We're going to sharpen the edges of our frame so that we can then apply a defocus to the edges and see how close we can get to the original. And the advantage of doing this is it's going to end up giving us a fairly accurate map of where our defocus blur should go. So let's go ahead, turn the sharpen on, and let's just make a mask. And to start with, I'm going to go ahead and just draw this. That's sharpening the middle. We don't want that. Let's go ahead and invert this roto node. We'll turn this off and on. And let's just feather this inwards. Maybe we'll do like negative 200, 300 to start with. And what we want to try to do is get rid of this subtle silhouette that's on our footage. As we turn it off and on here, you can kind of see how the bottom and top of frames are a little bit darker. Because where this image is darker, that means it's a little bit blurrier and softer there. So we're trying to even that out. And I feel like that's helping. You can kind of see the fall off as we go to the bottom of frame, and we're just making that feel a little bit brighter. Obviously, in some areas like here, there's just more natural details than others. Like this seems like there's not much detail in it, but that's potentially just not a very contrasty spot. But I think even doing this, maybe we can get rid of a little bit of softness at the top. We'll just scoot that up. This doesn't need to be perfect. We're just trying to set a general rule. I can sharpen this up some. And let's just kind of take a look at this. I'm going to select our sharpen. Let's turn it off and on. And if we just kind of look at this, it feels sharpness-wise a little bit more balanced if we compare from here to down here. It's subtle, but it's definitely there. And so now we have a reasonably balanced image in terms of sharpness. So what is the next step? Now we want to take this equally sharp image and apply some blur to it so that it matches its original form before we added any sharpening. And so now what I want to go ahead and do is I want to use an eye blur node.
And let's just go ahead and plug in the inputs. We'll take our mask and our image and plug those in. And let's take a look at this. And what iBlur does is it will apply defocus only in the areas where there's alpha in the mask input. And it does this by slowly shrinking the defocus amount instead of just slowly fading out the blur. If that doesn't make sense, let me show you the difference really quick. I'll make a blur, pipe it in, and I can set this to 10. And so let's just compare the two of these. This is our eye blur, and this is our standard blur. And you can see the blur is slowly falling off in the eye blur, where the regular blur just kind of gives kind of a glowy effect as it's half transparently merging over the top. And that's why we use eye blur in this situation, because we don't want it to slowly get less transparent. We want the amount of blur to actually shrink as our mask fades off. So now let's go ahead and look at our eye blur a little bit more closely and try to get it to match the original as closely as we can. Obviously, this is too blurry, so we can make this blur size 2, something like that. And we're just trying to get back to this original softness. And maybe 2 is too much, maybe like 1.5 will be better. Again, it's very subtle, these details, but I think this is actually pretty darn close. And so let's go ahead and just grab this. Now remember, we reformatted this so it's the exact same size of our comp. So all we need to do now is copy and paste this eye blur. And let's paste this right at the bottom before our reformat. All right, we'll take a look at what this is doing for us right here. So this is our shape, and if we turn this eye blur off and on, you'll see we have some very subtle defocus happening at the bottom. This isn't going to make your shot instantly look 10 times more real, but it is a nice subtle lensing effect that you get commonly with anamorphics. So we have our little lensing setups done. Let's go ahead and just go down. We will move these over to our addressed. Let's paste these in here. All right, we got 3 more things to go. So we're gonna go ahead and pause there for right now. This video has gone on long enough, and we'll look into addressing our final notes in our next video. Thank you very much for listening, and I'll catch you in the next one. Hello there and welcome back. In this video, we're going to take a look at addressing our final notes. We're going to get some camera shake in there, add some film grain, and fix our key. So let's go ahead and get started. All right, so we've addressed these 4. Let's go ahead and knock the rest of these out really quick. Now, we want to update our camera shake. Now, this node is pretty good on its own. You can do some really cool procedural stuff with it. But I always think it's hard to perfectly mimic the motion of a real camera and get the heft and weight behind it. And so when possible, I like to reference reality. You may have noticed that about me. But what I like to do is often I'll just bring in another piece of handheld footage whose movement I kind of like and just apply that to my shot instead. And so if you don't have any footage handy to do that, it's actually pretty easy. You can just go to any stock footage website that lets you download a preview. I really like Film Supply because you can kind of specify a couple different things in here. You can specify the framing, the camera stability, you could pick static, but in our case, we want shaky. And I just kind of looked through a couple of these, and all you need to do is just download the preview. That's the extent of what you need. And so I've downloaded this clip here. Let's go ahead and bring it in. I've just renamed it handheld reference. And let's just set this to sRGB texture. And now it's loaded in. It's not going to play for us properly because, well, this is starting at frame 1. That's what all MOVs do when they come into Nuke. Now you could go ahead and hit start at 1001 and this will play through just fine. But the thing is, if you investigate the frame range of this, let's just do that really quick. you'll notice that the frame range actually hasn't updated, and that is not ideal. You want this to be consistent with the actual frames that your clip is on, because right now it's really going from 1001 to 1250, I believe. And well, we could just offset this manually and try to do 1001, 1250. But instead of doing that, often what I think is better to do, so I'm going to go ahead and reset the settings here. So what's better to do is to just use a time offset node. Then we can go to 1001. It'll be offset. It'll play through correctly. And if we check our frame range, this will be correct. Maybe we just want to do 1000 actually, so we can just hit reset, and now it's loaded in correctly. So we have this clip in here, and all we want to do is track the motion. That's pretty easy to do. We are very familiar with how to track, so let's just go ahead, add a tracker. We're just trying to grab the general motion of this. It doesn't need to be anything too specific. So I'm going to grab a point right there. We'll adjust for luminance changes. And let's go ahead and go backwards. Just tracking through this really quick. And that's fine. Now we'll just go forward. And you'll notice it's going to track for the entirety of the frame range. And so we don't necessarily need that, but this is very quick, so we may as well keep going. And so why we did this little time offset instead, if we were to have done this the other way, you might be wondering why the frame range matters. Well, let me show you. I'll throw a tracker on here, and let's just clear out all of these other ones. If I were to say add a track like we did before, try to put it here, and I'll just do the exact same settings, and we try to track forward, you'll notice it doesn't let us do anything because the tracker thinks nothing is actually moving since our frame range is incorrect. And so that's why I like doing this little time offset there. It just makes things a little bit more clear and explicit. So looks like my nuke is frozen. We'll just give that a second to come back. And I've opened up our crashed project again, and let's just go ahead and get rid of this. That was just explaining why the frame range is important. So we've tracked one spot. We'll go ahead. We want the rotation in this too. And let's go ahead and track over here as well. Again, this can be pretty rough. We'll just do luminance changes, make sure that's still ticked on, and let's just track this. And I'm going to hit pause once we kind of hit the full range. All right, we've gone far enough. Don't need to track any more of this. And if we wanted to, we could even modify this frame range further so our tracker would stop automatically at 1120. You could. I like to think the less nodes you use, the better, and we can always just hit stop on this tracker. That's just a little extra tidbit of information. So we want the translation and rotation of this. And let's go ahead and make a transform match move baked, because I want the keyframes to be baked into this match move. Now it's its own independent thing of our tracker. We have all the keyframes put in here. So what I want to do, let's just get a feel for what this motion is, and let's throw it on this version really quick. And I'm going to frame hold it because remember, this is moving around already. We can just kind of see what we have going on here. And so you might notice a couple of things. This is pretty shaky, pretty jittery. What happens if we want to try to modify that? Again, start with reality and kind of work your way back from that to get something that you like. And so there's a couple different things we can do. The first is let's go ahead and just add a knob here. I'm going to click and drag down here, and we can name this shake amount, maybe shake multiplier is a better way of saying this. Let's just do that. We'll set the range from 0 to 2. And we can just click away from here. So now what we want to do is just copy the links to this knob, and let's go in here, and we can do curve times that knob, and we need to get rid of these little brackets. And now it's going to multiply our motion by that knob. So we can just copy and paste this whole entire expression actually. All right, we don't need to do it for our center because our center is consistent throughout. And now if we want to just ease off some of this shakiness, all we need to do is cut this amount in half. And now it's moving half as much as it was before. And if we take a look at our translate X and Y, you can actually see that. These dotted keyframes is what the animated curve is, but the solid line is what is actually getting applied. It's half of the motion. So we have that going for us right here. All right, this is a little bit smoother, a little nicer, but the thing with this is it's still a little bit too jittery for my taste. It kind of has the right weight, but let's go ahead and just smooth it out some. So let's take this back to 1 because this operation can get a little funky if you have any multipliers that are changing the keyframes on it. And let's go into our translate X and Y, select all of our keyframes, and what we want to do, I hit F to just fit them to the screen. Let's go ahead and do edit, filter, and what this is going to do is kind of average the keyframes together. And the number of times to filter is how far forward and back it's going to look to average. So let's set this maybe to 3. And 3 is maybe a little too much. Let's undo that. Let's filter this to 2. And you'll see these are just a little bit smoother than they were. Let's go ahead and take the shake back down to 0.5. And now I think this is just looking a little bit nicer. It's not quite as jittery, but it's also based off of very real footage, and I think that's a great thing. So now we need to go ahead and apply this to our shot. Well, where do we want to stick this to have everything be optically accurate? Because we don't really want to move this where we have our camera shake. This is just kind of a leftover artifact from our slap comp. Because if we put it right there, it's not exactly going to be optically correct. And what I mean is, when we have our little magic defocus here, as the footage moves to the left, we want the bokeh size to get more and more of that cat eye effect. So we actually want the movement to happen before this. And so what we can do is we can go down here and let's just go ahead. We can name this master control because we're going to reference this. Let's go ahead and we can put it right before this magic defocus. And now as this is moving around, it's going to actually kind of apply more of the cat's eye as our footage moves to the top left and get rid of our cat's eye as it moves to the middle, which is really what we want. And let's go ahead and get rid of this camera shake here. We don't need this anymore. And the important thing is we also want our foreground to move because after all, this would look pretty funky if our background was moving, but our foreground wasn't. And this is pretty slow to preview. We talked about how this magic defocus was not the quickest node earlier. And so what we want to do is let's go ahead and just reference this transform. So let's hit T. And what we want to do is control drag. And that's just going to link these knobs together. And we're just trying to avoid duplicating keyframes where we can, and the fact that these are linked, and that means any adjustments we make to this master transform is going to cascade down into our new one. So we can just call this cam shake dependent, just so we know that it's linked there. We can always hit Alt E as well to show this. And now we have this down here. But there's still kind of a problem because if you look, we're actually using the background pipe in our key. And this is actually a pretty big problem because we have our animated background right here feeding in to an unanimated foreground. And well, this is kind of tricky. Well, we could take this transform and move it right up here. But then the problem is all of our rotos would need to be updated anytime we modified this transform. And so what we actually need is a stabilized version of our background right here feeding into the IBK gizmo. And so how do we stabilize this? Well, pretty easy. We already have the motion. So let's just copy and paste this since it's expression linked, and we'll pipe it in right here. And so all we need to do is hit invert. And now this has turned into a stabilize. So let's go ahead and preview a little bit of this. All right, so I let this run for the whole time actually, and you can see it's pretty stable now. We are getting some black bars. There's some very tiny kind of subtle movement in the bokeh where the cat's eye effect is taking place. Honestly, it's very, very subtle in this case because the camera's not moving around a lot, but it is important to follow these right steps because you can't just assume that it won't be doing anything. And so we have a little bit of this black border on the outside. If we turn this off, let's see here. We still have that slight issue. In our magic defocus node, I think what we'll need to do is just check preserve bounding box. Let's see what this will do for us. And now it's stretching all the way to our edge. And what we can probably do to just try to make this a little more efficient, let's turn this crop back on, but let's go ahead and make it just a little bit bigger. All right, we have that loaded and in here now. And like I said, this is going to start to get very slow. So I think what is best to do at this point is look at this crop. Let's make a right node and we can go ahead. We can go into our week 1 data elements and let's just make a new folder. We'll do RBL2 10 background pre VO1. And we can just copy and paste that. And we'll do EXR because EXRs will keep this extra information in our bounding box. And it's very important that we're able to keep that. And so the last step is we want to make sure we check create directories because this folder doesn't actually exist here. And let's go ahead and just render the sequence out for the whole frame range. All right, so I went ahead and dropped in that pre-render and I went ahead and gave us a quick preview at the bottom so we can see how this is looking. And I feel like this movement feels pretty nice. I like it a lot more than our other one, which felt a little overly floaty. This feels a little bit more realistic to me at least. And let's go ahead and move on with the rest of our notes. So we can go ahead and just copy and paste this into our addressed note column over here. Just go down. Alrighty. So let's go ahead and start talking about adding grain. Now, depending on what version of Nuke you're using, there's a couple different ways to do it. So let's go ahead and talk about adding the original grain back in. Now, the way I prefer to do this is by using the node DOS grain, because what it will do is it will make regraining your footage very, very easy. So what you do, I'm just going to make a couple of dot nodes here, and this degrained plate, the normal plate. Let's go ahead and hide the inputs, and I'm just going to connect them right here. And what this node will do is a couple of different things. What it will do, let's go ahead all the way to the bottom here. And we want this to be one of our last steps. We'll do this right before our crop happens. And so what it's going to do is it will compare our plate and our degrained plate, and it will first extract the noise by doing a simple from. That's pretty easy to do. That's something we could do manually if we wanted. We'll just do this very quickly. We'll set this to from, and when we brighten this up, we can see we've extracted the grain. But you'll notice there's a pretty distinct pattern in here. And what DOS grain will do is it tries to even this out so it's just a flat grain plate. And then it will actually analyze our footage and find out how much grain is being applied in the blacks, the midtones, our highlights. It's going to do all of that for us automatically. And that's something that's really, really powerful, and it takes a lot of the work off of us. And so all we need to do now that these two are connected is let's go ahead and hit analyze. And it's going to analyze our two inputs and just run through those very quickly. And we'll just wait a little bit. And now what it's going to attempt to do is take this plate grain,
which we talked about. It's going to try to normalize it so it's more even. You can see how even this is compared to what we had previously. And then it's going to adapt it to our background based on this luminance curve. And you can actually see that in this little adjust tab. If you just kind of look at it here, it's varying how much grain each of these channels gets based on its luminance. And something that's very powerful with this too is it attempts to restore detail in the original plate. But the thing with this one is, let's see, this grain is pretty subtle, so we may not be able to see it. Let's just keep turning this off and on. You'll actually see it's adding back detail in the wrong place. And why is that? Well, it's because we're moving our footage around a little bit. And so if we want to try to keep that original detail, what we can do is just copy this transform, and let's just paste it both into our plate and our degrained plate. And now we can see it's kind of popped it into the correct spot, and it's restoring as much detail as possible. And if you didn't want to do this, DOS grain also has a scatter function. And so what that will do is, since these details aren't correct, again, we're just looking at this bottom part where it's kind of adding this into the wrong place, you can go ahead and go into the Replace tab. And let's take a look at our plate. And what this box represents is an area to sample our grain from. So we can just hit activate, and now it's just going to use this flat texture to kind of add grain into these areas. And now you'll see we don't have that detail issue that we had before. If we turn the activate off and on, you can see the grain is a little different, but in general, it's the exact same. It's just scattering the grain in this area over our entire shot. And so that is the easy way to degrain, regrain. I definitely recommend doing this when you can. The issue with this though, it doesn't work in Nuke Non-Commercial and it doesn't work in Nuke Indie. So what do we do if we're not in the full version of Nuke? Let's go ahead and take a look at that really quickly. So we have our plate here. We're going to need to do a little bit more work. Let's go ahead and make a advanced grain node. And let's pipe this into our reduce noise. And so we can see this is obviously very off. Let's go ahead, go into a wipe, and we'll wipe with our original footage. And so what we want to do is first, let's just try to dial in some of the size of this. And let's just make this all like 1.8, 1.8, 1.8. Let's make the intensity much lower on all of these channels because this is very, very subtle. Actually, maybe let's do 0.2 for now. And what we can do is with these red, green, and blue sliders, we can actually try to control the luminance fall off. And so let's just adjust these a little bit, and you'll see the brighter areas as we start to tweak these. I'm going to select and then hit Control to scoot it to the left, and let's scoot it up. It's a little finicky, these things. And what we want to try to do is just get a nice curve. This red one is maybe a little low. Just try to do something like this so it flattens out. We want to limit the amount of grain over this area. And so we're just really trying to squeeze this in to the left a little bit more so that we have just a little bit of grain over these midtones, which you can see represented by these bars. And we want a lot more grain in the shadows over here. But we also want to make sure we're not dipping to infinity here. So I'm just going to Control-Alt-Click to add keyframes just to make sure we have little grain everywhere. And now we have a little bit of a luminance curve fall off, and let's go ahead and just lower the intensity. This one should be fairly straightforward to match because there's really not a lot of grain to begin with. If we just really brighten this up, we can see how subtle we need to be with this grain. So we'll do like 0.05, 0.05. I like to do them all at first a little. And this black is kind of boosting everything. Let's just keep that at 0. Let's turn this off and on.
And we can see now we're starting to get nice and close. We can start to try to dial this in more. We can see our green channel is a little intense. We'll just take that down. These values are very, very subtle. Blue, maybe the intensity is right, but the size can be a little bit bigger. So this one you have to be much more careful. You're just trying to eyeball it so it's accurate. And I think something like this, let's get out of the blue channel. This is looking pretty darn close. And so if we don't have access to DOS grain, we can just go ahead and use advanced grain instead. We'll just look at that here. And voila, we have our grain back. So again, nice and subtle, this amount of grain. But, you know, I want to make this look filmic. I want to make this look potentially a little bit more interesting. And so again, we're going to reference reality. Let's go ahead and import a film clip. I have this little reference. Again, let's change this to sRGB just so we can view it. This one, let's go ahead and do our time offset trick. We want to be consistent with how we work. 1000. And this is just a clip that actually my friend shot. It's up on Film Supply, a very talented director. And I know that he shot this on film, and we can actually extract and use this grain. And so let's go ahead and just do that really quick. We can just do reduce noise. We'll go to option. Let's just select this area over here, nice and flat. All right, and then with DOS grain, we can just grab the plate, the denoise plate, and we'll pipe our comp in right here.
So for DOS grain to work properly, we're going to need to make sure that all of our inputs are the same resolution.
And so if we look here, this format is not exactly the same. It's not 1920 by 1080, so let's just reformat that really quick. And let's go ahead and hit Analyze. So now that this is adjusted, we can actually see details in our shot here of our reference clip. We can see that the hair is right here, and that's not exactly what we want. So let's go ahead again, we'll activate this scatter. Let's look at our footage here and make sure we have picked a smooth area. All right, so now we have scattered this film grain all over our footage. Pretty easy to do. It's very cool, and if you want to kind of get rid of the intensity of some of this grain, this is pretty heavy, you can just up this to 2 and it will kind of lower that amount overall. And I think I'll stick with something like this for me permanently. Again, using advanced grain, DOS grain, with the real or DOS grain with this film reference. Either is okay. You can do whatever you want. I want to use this kind of filmic approach right here. And so let's go ahead, throw that there. Let's give this a preview with our vector field. We'll change this to raw, full screen it. Let's just kind of see what our shot is looking like right now. So this video has gone on a little longer than I intended it to, so let's go ahead, wrap it up here, and once this preview is done, we'll go ahead and check it out in our next video. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll catch you in the next one. Hello there, and welcome back. In this video, we're going to go ahead and look at our final tweaks we're going to do. We're going to get that key looking nice, and finally be done with this shot. So let's go ahead and get started. All right, so our preview is done. We have our film grain applied. I think it looks pretty nice. Ideally, maybe the source of our film grain would be a little bit higher quality because this is just kind of the preview temp file. But I think this is fine for right now. Without spending money, it's pretty good, and I don't think anyone would really question it. So now we just need to move on to our final step, and we just need to address some of these keying notes. So we'll just go ahead and move this over. Paste this in here. All right, so we need to check our key pops, and let's just remind ourselves very quickly of what those were. We can look at our previous version right here. All right, so I believe they were around this shoulder right here. We just have little pops. Let's go ahead and get some specific frames. So it's kind of in there. And this should be pretty straightforward. We just need to erode in on this a little bit more. And so once we get out at this frame, they kind of go away a little bit. So let's just go fix the core key, make sure that those go away. Just look at this, look through here. I believe this is our super eroded in version. We've already kind of done the work. We just need to draw some more masks. So this is only popping for one frame. So I'm wondering if we just draw a circle here, it goes away. So let's just click our ellipse. Let's make sure this is a single frame roto. We don't need any more than that. We'll just pop that in right there. And our edge should cover this just fine in the final version of the shot. And now we've just removed that little pop. Easy enough. And let's keep looking through this. See where any more may appear. There's a couple over there, so we just want to add another ellipse. And so let's just change this to all, and let's start drawing here. Just make sure we're getting rid of those nice little key pops. I've probably said this before, but so much of keying just involves doing some garbage roto. So we're just going to keep moving this through here, and we're going to make sure that this is animating. And we've actually run into a little issue. And you'll notice here we actually don't have any keyframes, and that's because of this handy little keyframe thing that we ticked on. So let's go ahead and start setting those just so that we have everything moving correctly. It's very easy to forget that, but normally I will remember within a couple of falsely placed keyframes. So I think this one is fine now. Just had a little bit of it. So we can set the frame range to be from 1064 to 1083. Let's just do that really quick. 1064 to 1083. And now this is just going to pop off when it's outside of those frames. There it is popping on. And we'll just keep looking here, see where our core issues are. Looks like right here, we're going to have to go ahead and adjust, and right here. So let's go ahead, just draw another one. Just plenty of garbage masking. That's what all of this is, and we're auto keying now. So that's good. Just keep moving into this corner as it's moving around. Very easy to do. And it should be gone by this point. So what I want to do, let's just set a keyframe here, and we can fade this out. And we'll change the life from start to frame. So that means after 1062, it's just going to pop off, and we can see that there. Let's go ahead and get this little pop, and this should be pretty straightforward. Again, we'll just go to the first frame, draw our little shape, try to isolate it there. Very common issue in core keys, but thankfully it's also very easy to fix. So let's do that. We'll jump forward 12 frames. Make sure that we have this clipped. Get rid of it. Get rid of this. Put that in here. All right, so it's starting to go away, but we may as well just see it through to the bitter end. And so what I want to do is just fade this out over these last 5 frames or so. And again, we'll do start to frame. And you want to make sure when you click this, it actually changes it. This can be a little bit buggy as far as changing when you select it the first time. So just make sure that the text under this life tab actually moves correctly. And we'll just double check. We'll do some spot checks to make sure our shape is moving as expected. All right, so we fixed those little pops. So let's go and see what our other keynotes were. Again, preview your keynotes with pre-rendered versions. It'll just make them faster to find. I think we had some issues with the gloves. Let's take a look at that. And as they seem to be turning, you can just see this edge of them get a little bit darker. So that should be easy enough to fix. Let's try to identify where that darkening is coming from right here. If we turn this color smear off, we can actually see that color smear is a pretty large source of it. So what we want to do is in this omit, let's just kind of cover this gloved area. Scoot this over here.
And we just want to make sure that this feather is turned down a little. We don't want to adjust anything we don't mean to. So I'll just set that to 10. And let's go ahead, set a key. Remember, we need to turn auto key on. And we can just move through this. Should be pretty straightforward. And as he's turning, we can probably just kind of fade this off. We want to make sure that we get this intersection point correct. So let's go right here. Make sure that this is working in the right spot. And I think we can just flat out turn it off before this frame. So we'll go ahead, we'll set the life, we'll do frame to end so that before this, it just pops off. Let's just make sure that all of our keys are correct. All right. Let's make sure this lines up with our glove throughout. All right, this is looking pretty good. And let's just kind of preview this area. We'll just do a little close-up view to see if we fixed the issue. I'll turn our overlays off with Q. Let's just play through it and make sure we still have that brightness maintained as it kind of moves away from being over the practical. We'll set our endpoint to there. And let's go ahead and take a look. So it's bright, bright, bright. Still looks like it's potentially getting a little bit darker. And so what I'm wondering if we can do, what would happen if we used this full brightness section right here? And you can see this luminance kind of pop back into place. And so what I think we can do, let's just key mix in the full value of that really bright IBK gizmo. Because remember, we have one here and one here, and this is the really bright one. So let's just go ahead and do that quickly. Grab this. Whoops, not the dissolve. The dissolve is kind of our master. We could do this all in one key mix if we want, but this helps make it a little bit more clear and explicit. And let's just copy and paste this roto mask since the shape is exactly the same, and we can just get rid of this rectangle. All right, so now this is brighter. Let's go ahead and take a look as he's turning. I'm going to turn this full frame processing off, so it's only going to preview what we have in here. And hopefully this will get rid of that darkening we were seeing on the edge. Cool. You can see, I think that's our color smear that's kind of making this wonkiness happen. And so what I'm wondering is if maybe we just adjust this shape to be a little bit less precise over time. Let's grab these keyframes here because I think what it's catching is that animation up, and we'll just keep it like this. And we just want to make sure that the whole time it's off of this area. Oops, scoot this up because I think that's what was kind of causing that crawling we were seeing. And so what we can do is just kind of animate this off so that on 1071, we get that original brightness back in. Let's reset the life. You just need to change it away, and then we can go back to frame to end. And now that will behave as expected. So let's just preview this area, turn our overlays off, and let's make sure that this is working. All right, going slowly at least, it looks like our problem here is nice and fixed up. And let's just give it a quick preview. Nice, this area is looking very good. That darkening effect is gone. And I thought we saw it in one other area in this shot. I think it might have been on this back patch right here. And so maybe what we want to do is just draw a shape that's right here as well. Do this and just get a little bit more of that brightness in. You can see on this jacket, it's a little bit too much. Maybe we can just feather this off like that to try to just get that to look a little nicer. Is it the color smear too? Potentially it is. Let's just go ahead and play this and see what we get as the kind of top of this turns. That's really the main problem area.
And maybe the color smear is actually doing a little bit of harm in that area as well. So this is just a lot of copying and pasting the same masks just to kind of get rid of stuff. I'll go ahead and copy and paste this here. Let's see what that looks like. And what we want to see is that darkening kind of go away over here. And let's just check the plate really quick. Maybe it's inherently like that. Let's just play through this here. It does feel like it's kind of getting eaten into and revealing more behind here. I think the bright green screen is eating into it a little bit. Let's see what we can do to kind of fix this, though. We want this to look as good as we can, and this is the last stage. It's the final countdown, and we don't really want to do it halfway here. So I think what I might try to do is let's make another IBK Gizmo and BMD spill. We'll pipe all of these in again. It gets very messy with all of these wires, as you can see here. Pipe that in here, but you always want to use just one IBK color stack because this is very expensive to preview and process. And so just keeping one is very important. And we'll give ourselves some more room down here. Just need to adjust this final edge and then things will be looking really nice. We'll make a key mix. We'll mix in our new IBK Gizmo. And let's just copy and paste this since it already has the mask we want. And we can get rid of the mask that we don't want, which is this one. And in here, we can get rid of this mask. Alrighty. So what I want to do, let's look at this here. What I think we can do is maybe turn screen subtraction on, and you can see that darkening effect. And if we increase the red weight and the blue-green weight, we can kind of see some of that brightness come back in at the expense of introducing some green. So this is kind of a different way of going in between these two gizmos, the one with screen subtraction and the one without. So let's see what that does if we kind of mix that in over the top here. We've got that pumped up, just making our edge a little brighter, which is really what we're trying to do. And maybe we can do just a tiny, tiny bit of edge blur. I see people use edge blur way too often and in the wrong circumstances. So I'm going to say this is not a fix all, put this over the edges of your key. You use edge blur in very fine, minute amounts just to kind of soften up some harsh edges that we get. And as we turn this off and on, I feel like this is helping brighten this edge a little, but I don't like what it's doing down here. So we're going to have to make a little bit more of a carefully constructed key. So let's go ahead and do that. We can do something like this, and then we'll just feather it out some. Actually, let's blur it out just so that's a little bit more controlled. We'll do maybe 25 pixels. 5 pixels. We don't need to go that intense. We can just kind of see the brightening and that edge that we're getting back there. All right, and we are zoomed in at 400%. Maybe your average viewer wouldn't notice this, but hey, we're trying to be extra picky here. And we don't want to grab that hood. This makes the hood look a little worse. So we're gonna very carefully roto this. So let's just make sure we're getting rid of all these extra windows so we can see our keyframes. And we're just going to do this whole entire thing really quick. So we're just going to go through, grab this problem area, make sure everything is nice and sticky. Just keep moving, make sure we don't grab the underside too much. Thankfully, he doesn't move often, so this is a pretty easy, rough shape to get. All right. He's turning. This is where we're going to have to be a little bit more careful. Just trying to keep that original brightness. All right. Keep going. Right there. And we're done. So where it's turning, we may want to be a little bit more specific with it. just to make sure it's all working as expected. And as I'm looking at this, maybe the back of this hood is a little bit bright. I just want to see if I modify this. Is that going to fix our problem in there? A little. But it looks like it's the color smear again. The color smear is being a little tricky with us. Let's go ahead and just draw a shape in here that's roughly over that. And now that edge looks much nicer. So we kind of need to do the inverse of what we had before and make sure we're just grabbing this area up here. And actually it looks like that's kind of darkening this shoulder pad as well. So why not grab it all? Let's go ahead and grab this, copy and paste. We want to omit this from our color smear. And let's go ahead. It's all about identifying where your problem areas are and why they are your problem areas. That's just what we're doing right here. So we're just going to go through, make sure that the bottom of this hood is covered. We can feather this out 10 pixels. We don't need to be super precise with this one. All right. So we'll just go down with this here, just trying to get it covered. All right, looking really good. So that's a lot of nitpicky work, but at the end of the day, that's what adjusting edges is going to be. So let's see, I think we've adjusted all of the notes that we had. Maybe one or two last little things I want to do is introduce a little bit of a vignette into this. So let's go ahead with a color correct. We can just quickly draw a ellipse, something like this, and we'll darken the edges down just a little. We can go ahead and blur this out. And right now we're darkening the center. We can go into the color correct and just invert our mask. And we'll blur this out maybe 200 or 300 pixels. Let's see what this looks like with our LUT on it. Take off our viewer. That just kind of helps focus your eye a little bit. And finally, let's go ahead and just turn on motion blur on our handheld movement there, just so it's as physically accurate as possible. I'll do it on this match move here as well. And that means we're going to have to go ahead and preview through here because our pre-render no longer includes that little motion blur. We don't need it over here because we don't want to double motion blur it. So I think that will be just fine. So now we can already see how slow this is getting. I'm going to try to save. Whoop, I couldn't quite save it before it froze, but that's all right. There we go. Now it's unfrozen. I'm going to go ahead, version this up right here using Alt and the up arrow. And let's render this out and see what our final product will look like. So we'll go over that in our next video. Thank you very much for listening, and I'll catch you in the next one. Hello there, and welcome back. In this video, we're going to go ahead and talk about the final version we have of our shot. We're going to look at our assignment for this week and kind of talk about how you can submit that and turn it in. So let's get started. So here we are, we have our final shot. I think it's looking really, really nice here. We've added a lot of nice little effects to this since we rendered out our first pass. I think just overall it feels much more organic and like it was shot with a camera. And we can go and kind of compare that with what we had previously. I've loaded both of them in here. And you can just see the big difference between them if I full screen this. The bokeh shape, the way that the background is lit a little bit more bright, the kind of additional shapes here, the camera move, the film grain, the vignette, it all just kind of works together to give this a little bit more of a cinematic, realistic, organic look. So I think we've done a very, very good job with this. And so what I want you to do for your assignment is to try to complete this shot. And ideally, you're going to do this with an entirely different background. You can use this one, you can go to Photo Bash and purchase it, but I want you to find a background that you think works with this lighting environment, because that in itself is kind of the hardest part of tackling this shot from a creative standpoint. And that'll really allow me to give you kind of more creative notes on things that are a little bit harder to gauge and stuff that you can't really learn from just following a tutorial. It's something you have to do to really be able to pick out the right backgrounds. So try to recreate this. Ideally, you would complete this assignment without referencing the course videos. I want you to go through and try to do it from what you remember. If you need to reference them to know what the buttons were you didn't quite remember what to hit, more than fine, nothing wrong with that. But I think by trying to go through this and apply the concepts on your own, you'll just end up learning much, much more. Because the buttons, anyone can press buttons, but it's understanding the underlying concepts that really makes a good compositor. So I want you to recreate this shot on your own as much as possible with your own background. And then once you do that, I want you to render it out and submit it to me. And how you submit things on the class Discord, I will post a Google Drive link and it will have the 6 weeks in it. And it's just a submission folder. Go ahead and throw your rendered out file in there. And I use that, I download them, and I'll actually give you recorded feedback for your assignment. And so when you export these, let's just walk through that really quick. I want you to use this exact LUT that I've given you. It's going to have a little bit of a bluer tint. And when you're exporting this, make a right node. And what you need to do is you can go to whatever folder. We'll just go to rend right here and type in your Discord name. Mine is Nick Chamberlain. And you can do Advanced Comp Week 1, and then version whatever you want it to be, whatever version you're on, and make it a .mov. And just change this color space to ACES CG, and you'll be set. This will render out exactly what we're seeing in our viewer here. Then drop that into the Google Drive link that I post in Discord. I'm very active in the Discord. I don't really look at the Rebelway Academy website for assignments to give feedback on because it's just easier for me to do this way. They'll automatically download. And then every Monday I go through the files I've received and I record feedback and I will private message that to you sometime Monday night. I do get busy sometimes. I do work at a studio, but I do my best to give everyone feedback on Monday night. So make sure you include your Discord name and have fun with this assignment. I think it's a good kind of starter for picking the background and kind of getting your brain working in that creative way. So thank you very much for listening this week, and I look forward to you joining us next week. Thanks.